Well, if you are just joining, it is ad break time for those who don't have a subscription. And then we get a full hour with none. So, figured I would get myself oriented while the ad break goes on. Still experimenting with this approach. See how it works. See where the music's at. I want to find out if there's like some kind of licensing for better music. Like, does Spotify have some kind of Twitch streaming? Licked music license for Twitch. Oh, there is something. It's called Licked. How's your music? Don't worry. I've got it licked. The best dang music. I want to know how much it costs. Okay. For creators who want access to the best mainstream tracks and all of our royalty-free music. How long is my license? Okay, how do I use my license? Once you've purchased it. It's all for videos. What? I wonder if there's a way to do it. Twitch music license. Royalty free. We use cookies. Cookie your face. 34 seconds. Or something like that. Publish anywhere, monetize, unlimited download. This is all downloads though? Like, there's not something for Spotify? What about Twitch's thing? Hello. If anyone was here for the ads, that is. I decided I would use the start ad break, so we have a whole hour before we have to do ads again. I'm still trying this mid-roll thing. We'll see how it works. I suppose on YouTube there probably was no ad. So I'm just sitting there talking on the YouTube one. But then I was like, I wonder if there is a way for me to get better music for streaming without, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how. Without like having to do downloaded music or something. Doesn't look like it's really easy to do. And of course, then there's YouTube. Unfortunately, the combination of streaming to YouTube and Twitch is problematic. I feel like there has to. I mean, are you serious that 2024 and after the pandemic, the years of streaming, that there isn't a solution out there? As ChatGPT, is there a comprehensive Twitch streamers and YouTube recorders? YouTube content creators. I look up the word. Content creators. You don't get to see what I'm typing right now because I'm in chat mode. Sorry. That is like Spotify provides popular music at a monthly rate. And use it for streams and videos. Videos. Question mark. Yeah, epidemic sound. Copyright cleared music, but that's not the same. I want like popular music. The subscription covers their music on various platforms. I don't want Monster Cat or Pretzel. I tried those two. Why is it not easier for these things? Art list. Do any of these services provide for popular music? Hey, Killboy, thanks for the resub. 31 months, baby. I'm gonna put you in my code. Today is the 2nd. We're in March. Oh my god. Where has the time gone? The 31 months of subs. You are a legend. You know, chat Copilot gave me the word a legend there. So I'm really early tonight because I felt like it. YouTube creator music. Monster Cat. It says gold, but it can't. Monster Cat doesn't have. It doesn't have like pop music, does it? Trusted by. Yeah, I want different music. Hey, Fox Hollow. I want good music. I don't want. Not that the people who make music that's like licensed or license free is bad. It's just I want music I also genuinely like to hear all the time. I'm getting kind of sick of this playlist I have. It's just that I know that it's free. That's the only reason. What's up? Anyway, I did have this idea that for one of my streams, I was going to start with some kind of lecture. I did nothing to prepare, so I'm not going to do that because I'm not cool like those people. Just doing some game dev. Pretty much the same over here. Spent my day fighting fish in a unpleasant way, but I think I finally got them doing pretty much what I wanted them to do. This has been a project and a half. Jacob and I just went over our sprint board and closed out March, and sadly our velocity is nowhere near where it should be. Fighting fish, yeah. So like all these fish are incredibly interested in food right now. I mean, why did the music get so loud? Go back to your hole. So now the fish are basically doing what I want. I really thought your game was a fishing game for the first few weeks. Well, nope. It's far more than fishing. But you know, the people like their fishing. And despite my lack of desire to do fishing in a fishing game, in a game that has fishing, I recognize and appreciate other people like it. And I also like solving problems. And so I don't mind making a fishing game. Fishing is really appreciated. Yeah, it is. It's weirdly appreciated. Also, petting dogs is apparently weirdly appreciated. So we're gonna make a thing. We're gonna do fleeing versus wandering. The thing is, I gotta like rethink how I do behaviors. Whatever. Like I do this thing sometimes where I overcomplicate stuff and then I have to simplify it. Because just because. Okay. So first off, we're gonna make the wandering behavior always happen. Let's just make a checkbox for that. And then for the fleeing behavior, we're going to make this if the hook is moving. And we're going to make the fear factor increase whenever the hook is moving. We're going to make the fish somewhat skittish, so almost all the time. Hunger is going to go down. It's going to negative, because when it gets afraid, it's going to not feel hungry, basically. And so what that should produce is a scenario where whenever the hook is moving, the fish's hunger decreases and the fear increases. And when the hook isn't moving, it just generally increases. So we'll see if that works. It's gonna take a while to, play with all the knobs. You know what I mean? How's your work going, Fox? Did I raid or did I just stop in and say hi? I can't remember if it was a raid or not. But hopefully it's going well. You were showing your platformer and how your wife was going to be doing the art. So here's the question. Is the hook doing anything? That's doesn't seem to be affecting. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. Right. Because it isn't going fabulously. Thanks for asking. Chewing through bugs, working towards a demo, while Wife Quest is making art. Is that what you call your wife? How's it going, Wife Quest? Better than Wi-Fi. I don't know. Weird. Okay, so we don't want the hunger to always increase. We'll do it like, 50% of the time. It works every time. Got a dad. I know how that works. Got 3 of them. Is my face fuzzy? Fuzzy wuzzy was Motzi. I gotta do dad jokes. I got a dad joke for a second too. Are chickens religious? No, they're agnostic. There are quail, apparently. I have a friend who has quail. Boy, they are having a quail of a good time. So hunger is going to reduce. Hunger strike. And the fear factor is going to increase. So whenever it moves, I really want fear to just shoot up, basically, whenever the hook moves. I want the fish to get skittish. This is really just for testing purposes. At the moment, what I'm trying to do is make it so the fish aren't always going toward the hook. Not really that important. For the purpose of tonight, I don't have to get this all working this way, but I just want to see if I can make it do. See how they start running away? So these are all exactly the same fish. So then I stop moving the hook, and what should happen now that the hook is not moving is the fish calm down. These are all the exact same fish, so that's part of the reason why they're so hyper excited. And now what should be happening here. I want to see if this is doing it. The fish should be slowly building up their interest level in the hook. Now, there's no bait on it. I haven't done the bait thing yet, but it's just, the bait's just another factor. So in the luring fish area, if I pick on any random fish here, you can see right now the interest level is negative. So I forgot to clamp it, so that's part of the problem. But you can see right now, the interest is slowly building. Slowly building. Apparently, it's not staying built. Weirdly, why is it not staying built? So we shouldn't be getting negative fear anymore. The hook isn't moving. Why would it? Why? How am I not myself? Okay, so I guess I could make glow is not a part. What? Shut your glowy face. Okay. So I need to go fix something. First off, we go here. So what we need here, hunger level needs to equal these values. We're gonna say equals math dot. Can we clamp it? I think so, because we're gonna do some clamp this stuff. So we're gonna do fish controller hunger level plus. Hopefully it follows PEMDAS rules. PEMDAS rules. PEMDAS. And then hunger. I think hunger can only be 0 or 1. Guess I should just put it here. So the min max will be 0, 1. And then fear can be. I guess fear also has to be 0 or 1, right? So fear also has to be. Oh no, interest though. Interest can be negative. Fear can be 0 or 1, but interest can be a negative value. So let's go get fearful, I guess. Here, okay. So just like this one right here, we'll do a math clamp between the values. Math clamp. Guess it works best like this. 0 and 1, baby. Okay. So that should be good. That should prevent the fear level from going too far. And then we also have to clamp the interest level. Because we have to clamp this here, right? Math F dot clamp. Clamp. Then we do 0, 1. Negative 1 and 1. So that'll make sure that the interest level never goes beyond those values. Interesting that it is having some issues with. Oh, I think I forgot to decrease fear, maybe. Well, one way or another. Dad joke time. It's okay to be negative. If you find yourself in a thunderstorm, you probably won't get struck by lightning. That's a nerdy science joke. Because if you have a negative charge, I guess it wouldn't strike you. How thunderbolts and lightning work? Very, very frightening. Galileo. Okay, so the one problem is we never reduced the fear. So when we're in the wandering mode, fear needs to reduce by some amount, right? So over time, fear should reduce, and we'll let the fear reduce pretty quickly once the hook stops moving. Fish aren't going to stay afraid. Now, if this will work, then we can just move on to hooking the fish. We are going to change the graphic. I talked with Jacob a little bit about this. I think the dark fish graphic is just not that great. I don't really like it. I think given the style of game, we want the dark fish to be more like the icon that's used during reeling. I think that would be a really good idea. Okay. So nothing's happening. We're just sitting here. Fish are just chilling. Let's see if we're getting any interest level. Good, still negative values. All right. Don't know why that's happening yet. It's funny that doing the reeling causes the fish to like immediately get afraid. And then letting it go. It's funny how it does that flicker too. It's kind of neat actually. It's kind of like a, it's not an intended logic. Why is the interest level doing this? Just see. Oh, actually, I should take a look at swimming mode. So the behavior is wandering, but the interest level is not in the right place. So what is it that's affecting that numbers? Already rebuilt. What is that? That's funny. Apparently, I never made it so the character got locked. It's fine. That's totally not a problem. Did I do something in the swimming controller? No, I don't set anything there. There's only the behavior that's doing it. Let's see what else we got here. So if for every behavior, we check the condition and then we apply the behavior, which is fine. It's supposed to, every single time it's supposed to do this. So that's okay. So what else? We must be fucking with the numbers weirdly.
But Marcus.
But Marcus.
Ma, you knew I want to be a rock star. There's too many rock stars in the world, but only one of you, Marcus.
I miss Marcus. Hey, Nightfall, how are ya? What's new, pussycat? See what I did there? I thought it was funny. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is the bass music we're doing. Ha, music references. Well, I was referring to the project you're working on, really, but okay. Yeah, that works. Basic normalization to ensure they are within the expected range. Clamp 01. What does clamp 01 do? Between 0 and 1. Is that the right number? Yeah, that should be right? Oh, so I could have just been doing that. I could have just been doing clamp 01 here, which is what it's supposed to do. Okay, well, we'll do that here. It's funny that there's literally something that just clamps between 0 and 1. I guess it's such a common thing. Looking in the materials, trying to get a good basic level. That's cool. Sounds pretty balanced. Yes. Level. You're on the level. That's good. And you're just working on that project now? You're not working on the other ones at the moment? Hunger strike. We have normalized fear, normalized hunger. And then interest is normalized hunger minus normalized fear, which should be fine. And then adjusted interest level is going to be the base interest. And then interest level. What is it doing? It's lerping the current interest level to that interest level, right? Which also makes sense. So, why? So somehow the adjusted interest is not coming through properly. Fish controller, hunger level. How's AS? Still fishing for compliments. Correct. That's my full dev attention. I promise I can commit to one thing. Yeah. Me too. Well, I mean, I have been committed primarily to Alterium Shift. Jacob and I just met today. Our February sprint was not as great as it could have been, but we got work done. This is my last log jam of technology solution. I have to finish battle stuff, but I'm gonna put that on hold entirely to work on story. Because we just got a lot of catching up to do. Jacob's getting a lot of stuff ahead, but I need to get caught up too. Hey Dave, how are ya? How goes it? Something is goopy here. Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Hunger level plus. Okay. Sorry for the yawn. What do I want to find out? I want to find out what's happening here. You should never normalize fear, just be clear. In real life. It should be... Okay, are we still running? Let me go run this real quick. First off, I'll just reload this. Whatever I just did. So tonight, I started a little early today. Also, in the theory, that'll give me a little bit more time. To get the hooking thing. I could do hooking now, but I mean, I can hook the fish now. I guess I could do hooking too. But I wanted to at least get the fish somewhat behave like I want them to. It's kind of interesting because the way we might end up setting up the ponds, we're not going to put a bunch of the same quantity of fish. Because otherwise you'll get like a bunch of the same fish behaviors. Unless I can find a way to randomize even that. Okay, so, excuse me. Did I not? Oh, I didn't make hunger level and, okay. All right. All right. I have been. I've been somewhat intent on getting this done. The problem is once I get the base of fishing done, I don't know what I stream after that. Once I have that working, I guess I can like pick away at things like the battle system and stuff. But after I get this and like the UI for it and stuff, it's gonna be all story when I'm not on stream. So I guess when I stream, I'll work on bug fixes and the battle system again. I'll just keep pushing that one along. There's other functionality that we need to do at some point, but it's just not critical right now. Critical is all the story. I mean, we have story, but I have to go and do some key pieces of story. Like Jacob's been putting in a lot of content, but I have to do some key story content. I just wanted to get this fishing thing done. Simple. A 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. Okay. So somehow fear and hunger are ending up as the number one. The person doing our music is Jonathan. What was his last name? Wait a minute. Jonathan Shaw. I can't remember his last name. That amazing game. Did you say fear and hunger? I don't. What is fear and hunger? I don't know about that game. Is it part of the game of life or? Okay. So the fear and hunger level is growing too quickly. But why? The hunger factor. Why would fear be growing though? There shouldn't be any reason that the fear value is growing. Oh, I put it as a positive number. It's supposed to be a negative number. Will that make it? Oh my god. Okay. So clearly the way hunger and fear work needs some adjustment. I'm gonna do this sanely. So right now it's like I'm hungry and I'm fearful. And now, oh wow, look at that. Like the whole dragging is not causing them to get the opposite yet. The interest level doesn't reach 0. Why does it not reach 0? I love how it does this like bzzz and gets like really blinky. Okay. So if the hook is moving, hunger needs to reduce, fear needs to increase. Right? This will do that. But the interest level never hits 0. And the hunger level never hits 0, which is also weird. Why would hunger never hit 0? Hunger factor is a negative value and it will randomize. It shouldn't hit this value here. Okay, so let's make the hunger factor just much, much smaller. Or actually, the way I can affect it is you make the randomizer way smaller so that it doesn't happen as frequently, right? The hunger shouldn't grow all the time. Unless it's just freaking starving or something. And then in this case, I want the hunger to get negative really fast, right? I don't know why the hunger level doesn't drop to nothing. Let's go take a look. It's supposed to. I guess it's because I always add. Is that why fear is never increasing though? Let's think about how math works. If the hunger level starts at 0 and hunger factor is like 0.1, but hunger level hasn't been added, this will be 0. So no matter how big the hunger factor is, and so what I was trying to do is if hunger level was 0, maybe I should do 0.01. I was trying to like give it a starting value, right? If it doesn't have a starting value, it'll never. That's why fear isn't changed. That's, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but we'll see. So maybe that will correct some of this stuff. I think one way or another, I should be able to move on shortly. Knock on wood. To make the fish look. I'm gonna have to figure out some way to better randomize, the fish's growth of hunger. Although I think putting the random value lower will do that. Should at least. Find out. We're learning. It might mean that I need to adjust the actual max and min values, though. Like, maybe you could never say that hunger... I mean, I guess you could make a fish that's 100% hungry all the time. I don't know. It zooms towards... As long as it's the right bait or something, it just immediately zooms towards the food. It does create an opportunity for some very interesting behavior. So, let's see. Apparently, it's too random. Like, the interest level immediately goes up to basically 1. 0.999999999. Fear level is... I don't know why the fear level keeps growing. But now they're all getting scared and running away. It'd be interesting to play with how this works. I also find it extremely interesting that once this has stopped moving... Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Okay. So let me think about this. So in the wander mode, what's supposed to happen is the fear factor is a negative value. So whatever the number is times a negative, the fear randomizer is like the fear should go away pretty fast, right? So if we just pause this, fear level is way too high, but okay, fine. Let's say the fear level is 1. Right? The fear level is 1. And the fear factor is a negative number. Because our fear factor is negative 0.57. So negative 0.57 times 1. So we should be subtracting 0.57 from whatever it is. 1 plus 0.57 should just equal 0.43 or something, right? Should. Which I think it does. Well, no, because the fear factor shows as a positive. This is the actual fear level. It's 6, which again, I don't know why it's going above the intended value. I have clamps and everything. Right? We clamp it from 0 to 1. Why would it... How could it possibly... Okay. Let's just see all the different places we actually use fear level. Come on. Do it. 8 usages. Could be something else is futzing with fear level. But apparently my IDE decides it doesn't want to behave. Okay. Okay, so in the initializer, we set the fear level to a base starting level, which is also fine. Update fear level, update fear level. Where is these at? This is in update interest level. Okay. So all these, the rest of them are all in the base. So what do I have the fear level set at? 0.5. They both, it starts with a 0.5. So it also should never hit 0. I guess that shouldn't matter then, right? So this shouldn't matter. Because unless fear factor 0, then it would set the fear level to 0. I think what we just have to say is if as long as the fear factor is not 0, then we wouldn't do anything. Greater than 0. I don't. Is that? Oh, hunger factor. Try this out. Fear factor. So what? For what you ask? This would prevent the hunger factor or the fear factor from zeroing out the value, which is fine. It actually has to be greater than or less than 0. I wonder. I think this if I do this, if I do this, it'll give me a crafty way to turn it into something, merge into a pattern. Really? This is and? What? What? Merge into a pattern? That's funny. I don't know why. I guess it's because it's not the version that supports it. I thought there was a way to do the same thing. So basically, as long as it does not equal 0, that's what I want. That's also a way to do it. Come on, brain. We can do this. Let's go on a party bus together. That would prevent zeroing out of the value. It would mean that fear and hunger would never exactly get to 0. No, it should though. I still don't understand though. I've clamped the values. How would it be changing it? Check fear level. These are the things that. Okay, so what is happening? Just I don't understand how the value could get larger if all the places I'm using it, I'm clamping the value. This doesn't make any sense to me. But you know, it does make sense to me. Dad joke. Did you hear about the cop who fell and broke his radio? He couldn't get back up. I mean, he couldn't get back up. Poor cop. I might have had a little bit too much caffeine today. Just realized I'm starting to get a headache. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Okay, so interest grows super fast, but whatever. And then if the hook is moving, your hook is moving, your hook is moving. Just don't understand how interest these are both 0. Why are these both 0? I don't understand. Weird that it can get to numbers. We got one fish. Never let it go. The fish is going to grow its hunger level. It can never hit 0. What the frick is wrong with my math? What is what? Don't we want to add these? What the? I'm so confused right now. I mean, let alone the interest level not going where we want it to. Why would it be having issues with the hunger and the fear? There's something else that I'm not seeing here. So if I do, we have the wandering behavior, which I also commented out code for Meow. Right now, I'm just having them both use the base. On every iteration, it checks the conditions. And then if any conditions are true, it applies behavior. So these are the only places it changes. And then only if the randomizer says it can change. I guess I do need to have the trigger here that if it is 0, we give it a plus. But why would it never? Just look at hunger. Like this hunger value has stopped growing. I guess that's good. But why has it not clamped it? I don't understand that part either. Hey, Fox Hollow. How goes the daddy duties? So weird that it, like, does that flashing. I suppose I should have it do something. So maybe I just need to figure out different math here. Bedtime accomplished. All right. Congratulations. Well, I think I know one part of the problem. I should not be setting fear randomizer. Oh no, that's right. Fear randomizer is not being set. It's just a number between 0 and 100. So that's fine. So I guess we do if fear factor is it added? Oh no, I don't. I want to do fear level, right? Congrats on bedtime, by the way. We still have a toddler, almost 4-year-old, that she wants the cuddles at night. I don't usually mind giving them to her, but the problem is that she'll take an hour. She'll be like, okay, give me all your cuddles. I'll take them for an hour. I don't completely mind it, but it does absorb a lot of the evening. Maybe the combination of these two will help. I still don't understand why it can reach 0 but never hit 0. Is it because the value is negative? No, because it's positive. It's adding to it. And a negative plus a negative equals a positive. Maybe that I have to add a delay in the processing of the behaviors. Like I need to give it a beat. Right now it's processing every frame. And perhaps the frame by frame processing is causing the problem. Because it's happening so fast. It's not giving anything time to, exist. I mean, they come out of the gate swinging. Those fish, they're hungry. So right now, what's super interesting to me, though, is the fear level. I still don't understand how it's possible for that number to get larger than 1. I don't understand how that's possible. The only manipulation we do to that value happens in a place where we end up clamping it. Now the fish are afraid because the hook is moving. And then what's interesting is the hunger level is negative. Or the interest level is negative. The hunger level is positive. And the fear level, well, the problem is that these numbers are not staying consistent. So I guess it's time to put a debug breakpoint in here. So what I'm going to do is it's time to fire up the old debugger. If this is greater than 1, or fish dot, I'm going to do by fear. No, do we do hunger level? I guess. If hunger level is greater than 1 or fear level is less than -1, then be something dumb. I hate this type of problem. It's gonna be so stupid, and I'm gonna feel like an idiot. And I don't know how I feel about that. These should be okay. It's the same object every time. And this doesn't do anything. Base. Now we gotta turn on the dumb debugger. All right, let's do this. Let's debug it. Where is it? Debug. Do you want to debug? I see you're trying to debug your project. Would you like to know more? Yes, enable. Hopefully this doesn't bug anybody else. Shorty's got hydrate. Hey Shorty, how's it going? I assume by now your whole family's recovered from everything, right? Just in time to get whatever else the new sickness is going around. How are you, Shorty? What's this Super Ultra Combo 2023? What is that? Holly Live, thank you for the follow. All right, so with the debugger's on, we'll just YOLO this. YOLO, YOLO, debugger's life for me. Okay. Come on, we can do this. We got it. It's fine. It's gonna be painfully slow. Especially because I don't remember where I put all my debug statements. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. How many debug breakpoints did I do? Look at all these breakpoints. Okay. So what we'll do is I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna go back to this. No way, no how. No way, no way. Just remove them all. No more breakpoints. Done. My points, they broke. Let's go back to this and then we'll put. Now we're good. Okay. Now we're cooking with C#. Had a strain of bad luck lately, so took a break from the world. Brought a brand new car. Oh. So lame. Oh dear. Oh, fear level is greater than. But. But hunger level is greater than 1. Right? Look at that. It says it's greater than 1. Didn't my code say if it's greater than 1? If hunger level is greater than 1 or fear level is less than 1. I swear that legit is a statement that says greater than 1. Dad joke. I took a job as a head of the old McDonald's farm. I am now the CIEIO. This is disconcerting. Then let's go here. And here. Okay. So, theoretically, this math.clamp clamps the value between 0 and 1. How the fudge buckets am I getting a value that is not between 0 and 1? If I do this, fear level. So basically, math.clamp 01 is a lie? Is that what it is? It's a lie? Are you lying to me? What? Why are you lying to me? It says return the value between 0 and 1. What? Unity math f dot clamp 01 is not returning a value between 0 and 1. It doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, I could try to min-max it, I guess. I'm not adding anything at the end. I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, this is legit how it should work, right? I thought I was being clever by using math.clamp 0. Oh, ad break in progress. You didn't even warn me. Ah, you didn't even warm me up for this. You just went in straight, no lubricant. You regretting the fish game yet? I haven't been around. No, it's fine. do alert the value. Talking to Wallaber about these breaks. That was great. As a developer, it's fantastic. Just have an excuse not to have to talk. Oh wow! So my warnings on the ad break were just not there. Says 1 minute. That's weird. That is strange. It's fine. It's not like, it's not like chat's all going crazy. If that was happening, I guess I'd feel partially bad. We're gonna double clamp this. We need like extra clamp. How dare us support you? Well, the reality is the reason I'm doing the ads. Let's close you. I don't want to see you. The reason I'm doing the mid-roll ad is because someone pointed out that it might encourage more people to come to your stream, because when people who don't know you show up on your stream and they get immediately hit with a pre-roll ad, they may bounce. Now I can take solace in the fact that if they bounce and they show up on my stream, it's because they just don't like me, which is great. So much better. So much better. Rather than having an impersonal reason like, oh, I don't want to watch ads, now they can personally dislike me and leave. I call that moving up in the world. They say there's like, 1 million like-minded people for everybody in the world. So if you're not in that 1 in a million, it's okay. I won't take offense. Oh man. All right. It's all right. It's all right. Sorry, Shorty, for the lack of warning. It is supposed to notify me before an ad break happens, but it looks like the Streamlabs chat thing is very delayed. But again, I don't think you're missing out on much. Feel desensitized to ads because yeah, that's true. All right, are we getting numbers that are greater? I still don't freaking understand this. How do we get numbers? Okay, I'm gonna normally I'd go ask the pro, i.e. Wallaber. This time I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm having a strange C# Unity. When I do math, is it the type of math clamp I'm using? Clamp. Float value between 0 and 1. I'm getting values greater than question mark. Ensure the value remains within specified minutes, so let's review how MathClamp works. Okay, tell me, oh wise one. That's how it works. Okay. Incorrect parameters. Okay, yeah. Variable modification after clamping. Floating point precision. Concurrency. We're not futzing with the context. Can I be having a concurrency issue? I'm not using a coroutine, so it's all within the same thread. Do I need to give it an F? It should auto convert though. This is stupid. I've used clamp in many places and it worked fine. I think, didn't it? Is it? Did I use math F? Yeah, I've used it in multiple places. So there is a possibility this could be part of the problem. But when we call it, we call was my my optimism about getting the fish hook false? I'm passing this controller. It's not a singleton. So it shouldn't be it shouldn't be that like other fish controllers are in use. I am passing the context, but I'm not using the context. Okay, I swear. Hold on a second. This is what the... There's another letter on my keyboard. Oh. The letter of the day is E. There's an E on my keyboard. Where are these letters coming from? Every once in a while I look at my keyboard and there's just a random new letter. I literally have no idea. Is it from my head? Maybe my headset? No letters on that. What the flip, man? What else has letters? Why would I be getting tiny little letters on things? Maybe my dream? This is a mystery that is going to drive me up the wall. Because it's so random. I just look at my keyboard and there's a little tiny letter. Like it was affixed to something and it came off. But I have nothing in the vicinity that has letters that would come off. Slowly going insane. Okay. Clearly, I'm just trying not to work on the code. Did Machi go insane? Yes. Yes, he did. It's not a keyboard letter, because there's the E right there. Unless, maybe there's like letters in the... No. Okay. So anyway, I don't store anything in the fish behavior, do I? The other thing I could see is we're using the same game fish data object. I don't know why that would cause a problem though. Are we setting any values? No, we're only manipulating that value. We're not setting any values. All those values are the same. They don't change. Why would it produce a different result? We have the fish controller. Do I ever set a value? Let me see. That condition is reeling. We don't set any of those values. I don't think that'd be a problem. Yeah, sorry, Shorty. I don't know what's going on. Oh, maybe it's this. No letters. It's just slowly going crazy. Where are these letters coming from? Maybe that's it. Maybe I found the last one. Maybe it was just like there was one incident with letters and it just... Oh, man. Okay. What would cause... There's no concurrency. Nothing is concurrently happening. Think. So let's see. What else can we do? Let's give each of these fishing controllers an ID. So what we'll do, because we're making copies of it. Is it because I'm making copies? Wouldn't the copies be different? Well, the way I would find out is each one of these would end up with its own ID, right? So if I give it like, I'm not even going to use a GUID. I'm just going to use an integer. So public int fish ID and crap, I can't use an integer. It has to be GUID. When you Cyber Angel 67, thank you. When you make an instance copy of a mono behavior, it's a reference to the same behavior. Well, mono behaviors have an ID, don't they? Like I should be able to test that pretty easily. Well, that actually I should be able to test that without even running the debugger, because what that would mean is all these values would be exactly the same, which is interesting because this one, that would mean this fish should also get values because this is the one that was copied, right? But nothing's changing on that. If I pause this, will all these be exactly the same number? No. So they're all different numbers. Yeah, mono behavior should be different. But what I'm running into, maybe you know this, Cyber Angel, welcome by the way, is fear level. These numbers are greater than 1. You can't. I don't know if you can really see it very well on the screen, but fear and hunger and interest, those are what dictate how the fish behaves. They all get clamped. And they all get clamped in one place as part of this behavior. So we calculate it and we clamp it. So it's true that I do math inside of here. So, I mean, but even if I did it this way, even I do this, I would think that that would clamp it. Unless there's something about setting it this way that doesn't clamp it properly or something. So what's happening is, even though there's a clamp here, the number is greater than 1. Which is, I don't understand. It could be because I'm showing it in the inspector. I don't think that's it either. Because it was the reason I started showing in the inspector is because I couldn't figure out why these things weren't behaving. I thought the whole point of clamp. Outside influence, right. But if I go find out like what's messing with the fear level. Oh my god, I did not mean to click on flow. Okay. If I click on this guy, there is a check condition, which only checks it. Should not be using public for showing the inspector either. Oh, was I using public? Oh yeah, I guess I don't need to. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I need to access it because the way that I'm currently manipulating the value, I'm using it as public. But it's a property. So it won't show in the inspector unless I put it there. So I could make it private, but the property is publicly accessible. It needs to be. So I wonder if it has something to do with, it can't be the property. That's a weird behavior. So we have the fish. So there's one place in this initialize method which will set the fear level. I wonder if this gets, there's no way this gets called more than once, is it? Oh, because otherwise it would be adding a billion things. All right, this only gets called once. Start save. Casting controller update. I don't know why that. Why do I have so many different like? Start luring. Very alluring. Then this waiter happens. So this wouldn't cause ongoing code to run. This runs once and then it creates a waiter. Right? I don't think it. I guess it could run more than once. Let me find out. I think I'd be seeing different behavior if this was happening. Property by default will not show in the inspector. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. That's why I put show in inspector. So this should not be called after. Let's see. Side note. Did you hear the one about the dog and the tree? They had a long conversation about bark. Rough joke. This is going to be longer because of the... I got to head to bed, but I'll be around more often. Just want to come by and hang out for a bit. Well, thanks, Shorty, for hanging out. Hope things turn out better. You get everything sorted with your car. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good night. Sleep well. Okay. So we'll run this first. Whenever it decides to start up. And let's look at the log. Clear. Clear. All right. So this is going to be outputting a bunch of crap because I have a couple debug statements in here. But there's nothing happening besides this one. So if I were to go put a breakpoint here. Tuesday, we shall see. All right, well, I will be back on Tuesday for sure. That's when the replacement car, you can tell me all about it on Tuesday. Okay, so I turn on debugging and it hit this. Fear level is greater than 1 for some reason. The controller is layer 5. So, you know, it's going to go here. It's going to say fear level equals a value that maybe it's like the extent of the float. Maybe the float is too big. But, I mean, theoretically... Oh, you know what? It could be... Yeah, it could be that the float is too large. Like, the reason it is 4.8 isn't because the number is greater than 1. It's that it's e to the 43. So it actually is more likely... What is it? Well, it's very likely that is fine. I have a different problem, but I think the reason is actually because this number isn't 4.8. It's like 0.000000 something, right? So I kind of want to, can I clamp it by precision? Okay. Is it may actually be an issue with float precision too high. Is there a way to clamp by only 2 decimals? And round it. Clamp with precision, but really? There's not like a built-in way to clamp with precision? This seems like a lot of work. That'd be a different way to do this, right? C# clamp a float value to 2. Use like a number formatter. How do you round a number to 2? I guess you could say round it, right? I suppose. A2. Is that how it work? There's really, I think the problem is the decimal place. So if we go to math dot round. Okay. So then what I want to do is math dot clamp. And do it. Does this chain? Can I do that? Oh. Round has 0 parameters, but it's invoked. I don't want it. I want to round it by a number. What is it rounded to? Okay. It seems a little absurd to have to do that. I mean, maybe the bigger problem is the math that I'm doing here needs some revision. If I use it integers, I could do a number between 0 and 100. And then we don't have to deal with this full copy. I guess for now, though, I don't really want to deal with that. So, so we're going to do math.round. And we'll give it I only really need 2 decimal places. Oh, turns it into a double. I can still keep it as a float, though, can I? Your math f.round. Nope. Does it have to become a double? Why does it have to be a double? Why can't they turn it into a float? I want it to be a float. Please, can I make you a float? Be a float. Be what I want you to be. What is it going to say? Why you want me to rename it? Oh, I see. I think this is probably what it is. So it's going to be current fear level. I think this will get me where I want to be, perhaps. At least to make the values not terrible. Thank you, Copilot. You are good. Thanks for your support. And just for sanity's sake, I want to try to do the clamp 01 here and see if this as I want it. Right finger level. Oh, right. Okay. So perhaps this will solve our problem. I mean, it won't solve everything. I got to figure out a different way to handle the fear adjustments and the hunger adjustments. And maybe just integers would make more sense. Like maybe instead of trying to do it by a factor, we just add a number. I think if I was going to add a number, though, I'd have to do some sort of timing around it. Because every frame is going to, like, going to shoot up or down real fast. So it'd need to be like a delay by some kind of milliseconds. Oh, did I reload? I did. Okay. Boom. Okay. So let's see if the numbers are just like staying within sanity range. Hunger and okay, so that was really interesting. So fear goes to 1 and 0. Hunger is not increasing anymore, though. It's also interesting. Is it because the way I clamped it? Let's see. Do 3 decimal points. What's happening is right now the number is so small. So that would, oh wait, did it not, it didn't compile. No wonder. Yeah, it didn't compile. Okay, what did I do? Where's my problem child? Not even showing me an error. Oh, you can't use to float? Wait, why not? Oh God. Okay, that's fine. Because it's an extension of an editor thing. I thought to float was a thing that existed. Apparently not. But I want it to exist. What is this? Is a double? So what is math F dot round? Round to int? No, I don't want to round it. What is this? Oop. So there's only this one. But so what is it? Rounds it to double? What is a double? How many decimal points does a double have? It makes me want to think that I don't think a double has just 2 decimal points. More than that, right? Double has. What we doing? Breaking stuff. How many decibels in a double? 15. Okay, that's a bit more than I thought. Hating life. I don't know. Making bad choices. And just do a parse. Might make me do a try parse. Oops, that's not what I want. This is dumb. I don't like this. I don't want to do this. Why? Why do I? Why am I just? God, I hate this. This is dumb. It's just dumb. Can I just add it to 0f? Would that work? No, it still makes it flat. I could make the main type a double. What? What's the? Just parse. I can just cast it. I guess I'm not used to casting. I don't do that as much. Used to do it all the time in you know what you call it, Java. But I guess I could just cast it. Okay. It feels nicer to use like a 2 something than a cast. Casting date. Used to be the de facto way to parse things. What the flip? Don't you dare. No, I wondered why the reload happened so quickly. Because it didn't compile. That's why. What do cannibals serve at the beginning of a dinner party? Handshakes. Gonna take extra long. I love eye jokes. The cornea, the better. The snack that smiles back. Ooh. I was thinking like man crackers or something, like graham crackers. Or finger food. What else would there be? I don't even know. All right. So the values are not getting bigger than 1 anymore because they were never getting bigger than 1. They were just getting infinitely closer to a number. But then after we reset it, it stops changing. I'm pretty sure that it's trying to increase hunger. But this never grows. I just want to get past this part. I want. So let's just make that like 0.1. Maybe we need to do like. Maybe we just need to add it. This game looks amazing. Requiem. Hello. Is that like Requiem? Is that what your name is? That's awesome. This is the game. Alterium Shift on Steam. I don't know why my voice got like smoky. Here you go. Alterium Shift. Available as a demo and early access. The demo version is the same version of the game, just less content. It's the first act of the game. Some of these videos are actually kind of old. Like this is the old fishing system, which it still currently exists. Hey, Sympathy. I was just thinking about you. Because you had come onto my stream, and I was like, what were we talking about? Oh, I was thinking about our conversations about Unity. Was it last week that I was complaining about Unity? Lester Cab. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. Was it last week I was complaining about Unity? After the whole licensing thing, I was like, come on, guys. You know, Unity's a business, blah, blah, blah. And then, and then I got screwed by Unity, and it was really annoying. I mean, not really. The product works, but the problem is, in order to build... So Unity's got weird licensing rules when it comes to their pro licenses. But you only have two types of licenses, free and pro. And pro costs $2,000 a year. There's about... And you have to have one pro license per developer in your org. I thought that was only applied if you hit the requirements, if you make more than 200,000 on your game. But they have something called commingling rules. You're not allowed to have mixed licensing in your org. So if you get one license, everyone in the org has to have one. Well, no, it is different because Unreal's licensing. Yeah, if you have one pro license in your org, if you add any other developers to your org, every developer has to have a pro license. I asked every way from Sunday about this. I even said, but I'm not, my company doesn't make enough money to hit thresholds. They're like, that's right. So you aren't required to have one. They might... Well, you might want to talk to anyone you're working with that has added you to their Unity org, Sympathy. Because the whole reason this started was we had a contractor doing work with us. And he got suspended. And it was because they said we can't commingle licenses. And so we went through this whole back and forth. And they finally said, oh, well, you don't need to worry about this now because it's okay. And I said, well, if you work solo, you don't need pro. But if you do work for somebody else and they have a pro license and they add you to their org in Unity, which is necessary if you want to do the source control and all that stuff and whatever else. Anyone added to the org has to have a pro license if one person has it. It's just so dumb. It's dumb. It is stupid. And their licenses are already too expensive. Always work solo is what I'm hearing. Coke Dragon, whoa, that is a blast from the past. How have you been, Coke Dragon? It has been a long while. What have you been up to? Where have you been all your life? Or my life? Or somebody's life? What's going on? Solo dev life. Yeah, it's God, it's something, man. You know, and I was like, listen, they had, I got this. They helped me. They did at the very least. So the one thing that they were really nice about is I was trying to get a license cost reduction anyway, because we had 2 licenses, but we can't afford to pay for 2 licenses just so we could build on Switch. And so I said, well, can we just go down to 1 license? They're like, no, you can't do that. And they're like, well, you can't even cancel your licenses because it was November where they had renewed. And I was like, listen, in November, I was trying to get the reduction. So they gave me an exception, but it was either cancel them or keep them. And it's like, okay. And the whole reason was because we want to build for Switch. So right now I can't build for Switch. Almost finished my software engineering degree. Oh, congrats. You got married. Congratulations, Coke Dragon. Thank you, by the way. Congrats. How's married life? So they were really nice about it. They canceled our license, so we don't have the added cost coming in. But I sent the feedback. I'm like, listen, Unity's really, you know, like when you guys did all this licensing stuff, I was like, of course you're a business, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But you have to understand that your practices and policies are anti-indie dev. You are actively showing that Unity does not care about indie developers. And that's just that part is annoying. Like, I don't care about their freaking licensing change, because all that made sense. The idea that you have to sell millions of dollars in order to be charged, right? Or like that to me is fine. But like, listen, even a 2-person shop, we can't afford to buy multiple Pro licenses. We needed Unity Pro in order to build on Switch. Yeah, I mean, Godot has some limitations. Like, you can't build on Switch. Unreal, you can build on Switch as long as you're part of the Nintendo developer thing. And they don't charge you for licensing for it. But Unity requires that you have a Pro license. Yeah, Godot is, you know, it's fine. But you can't, like, if you want to build on consoles. Yeah, it's just more work. It's just not as easy to do. Unity Unreal is just plug it in. Godot might actually require porting. Well, you know, Wallaber, if you guys don't know who Wallaber is, if you do know Wallaber, you should check him out. He's amazing. Freaking just genius. All the genius of a developer. And he's making a game in Godot now called Parking Garage Rally. I like that. But he also made Jellycar, and he was the lead designer on Where's My Water from Disney. He's really cool, that guy. He's been using Godot, and he thinks it's fine. He's happy with it. He's content with where it's at. Requiem, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So, like, I'm not opposed to trying something like Godot. The thing I don't like is being weird. Stop being weird. The thing I don't like about Godot is its scripting language. I really don't like. I don't like GDScript. Too reminiscent of Python. I don't like Python at all. I know you can use C# with it, but you know, Godot is kind of designed to work with its GDScript. So even though you can use C#, it just feels like it's, you know, being dirty. GDScript is horrendous. Yeah, but Coach Dragon, you're a Java developer, right? I'm not sure if you can be the foremost authority on what's horrendous. I think you're a Java developer, right? Hey, I'll have you know. I was pretty sure. And, you know, Java. Okay, 0.09999999. Okay, so here's the problem here. This is the problem with my little factor stupid solution. The hunger level is going to... It didn't even round. .00999999. If we clamp it, it's going to stay as .00999999. So mathing and rounding, it still didn't work. Isn't C# just Java? No, it's not. It's better. Are you using only 2D or is it 3D? They're 3D models. I'm playing Sea of Stars these days, and sure, they use 3D models. They don't. Theirs is 2D. Theirs is a 2D game. They do. It's just really freaking good. They do 2D, and then they have special 2D lighting that makes it look 3D. Yeah, there is Yes Way. They do it that way because they've talked about it. You can watch how they've done it. How is it better? Possibly genuine question. I've only used it once and I don't remember. I mean, I guess better is subjective. Java. I've already ranted. They deprecated J# with Microsoft version of Java. Yeah. Just hate Java so much. Java is the most verbose, draconian language I have ever worked with in my entire career. It requires you to do so much stupid crap to do something simple. I just hate it so much. There's things about C# I don't like either, but like Java, oof, man. I mean, it's not a bad language in that it does a lot of stuff, but I don't like programming. What do I need to do here? Instead of using a factor, I could use... Problem is, like, if it's a 0.1 times... What is the hunger factor right now? 12? I guess I could increase the hunger factor and see what happens. What happens if I increase the hunger factor? I'm a friend with one of the engine programmers. I should ask him. Yeah, ask him. I hated Java and I had to program it for 15 years. Cyber Angel. Are you a game dev now, Cyber Angel? Can you provide an example by building games real quick, one in each language? It should only take 5 minutes. Sure. Here, I'll do it. Piece of cake. Can you make me a sample Pong game in C# and in Java so I can compare the differences? Let's talk about your ball movement, Coke Dragon. In Pong, I mean. Look, here's an example. This is how you'll move the ball. Holy listen! The problem is, like, Java doesn't have Unity engine, so it's gotta, like, give you this. Look how freaking verbose this stupid language is. Stupid Java. This is yeah. AI taking the job I don't have. I worked in the industry from late 80s to mid 90s that did application development. And now I program Unity for the last 17 years. Okay. The C# answer is cheating using Unity, though. Is it? If you're going to code in Java, you're going to get some kind of framework, right? You're not going to just write Pong from scratch. If you're gonna do like a website, you can do Spring Boot or some crap. So Cyber Angels, wait, have you been around before? Oh, a weird error message. Sorry. What have you made? Do you have are you a solo dev or do you work for a company? Look, Uni version uses Uni libraries. Is there a Java equivalent game engine you can use for an example? Now make 4 games. The answer is bias. You're starting your own LLC. All right. Sympathy CC. Simple LLC, right? I don't know. Simple LLC. Look, application adapter. I worked for one of the largest studios in Australia, and now I'm retired. Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun. Retired development. I'm just tired. I'm not retired. I'm just starting with being tired. Later I'll get retired. Wait, I meant congrats. Waiting for tax evasion? No. I can't say the name. It's the surprise. Oh, it's Surprise LLC. I like it. I wish I could just do game development without working on anything. Stealing the tired joke, to be honest. I tired Dev too. Oh, look. Okay. ChatGPT is trained off of other people's libraries. Who in their right mind codes Java and they don't put a space between the if statement and the bracket? What is this even? Okay, ChatGPT. And who does this crap? Look at this. This is so awful. No, ChatGPT's trained off of people who write code. This is just saying that so many people write the code this way. It's just like, that is completely... Why are you distracting me from my work? Hey, look, those fish finally got hungry. That's good. Let's go back to our... what are they doing? What were they doing? Where was they? Okay, hunger randomizer. So we want to make the hunger amount larger. That should make the fish get hungry again, maybe. No, the hunger never rises to the occasion. I guess I could make it even larger. Like, freaking go for it. They all get hungry. Okay. That's not even in the style, guys. That's terrible. This is your work now. That to be a joke 90% of the time. You need to refactor almost 98% of it. Oh, I was doing homework, wasn't I? My favorite though was when Unity, oh my gosh, Sympathy came in and said, well, it can't even do centaurs. And I said, can you draw me a picture of... And Sympathy was like, yeah, I can't even draw a centaur. I said, okay, let's see what it does. Yeah, the one time I told it to rebuild GTA from scratch, it started referencing code I hadn't written yet. I had to write it all. I was proved wrong. Okay, well, we're gonna... Is there any other things? Maybe draw Will Smith eating spaghetti. Let's see if we can do it this time. Ask Unity to give you a script that rotates a cube in a separate... Wow, look at that. That's quite a good centaur, huh? Can I ask it? You can ask it. It won't do a good job of it. Look at that centaur. So centaur, much muscly. That's a pretty good centaur, right? And look, it's taken centaur stage. Every time Sympathy shows up, I'm just going to do a new rendering of a centaur. It's really fighting being scared. Okay, so I've kind of got this sense of what the problem is. I'm not going to worry about it now. What I'm going to do is just catch a fish. Well, I'm going to try to. I haven't really devoted my brain power to this problem, so we'll find out if I get there. I feel like the result's going to give you should be easy, so okay, it'll be hilarious. Can you give it a script that rotates a cube? A separate thread like in a coroutine? Or like actually different thread? Because a coroutine's like a fake thread, isn't it? You mean an actual thread though. You're not talking about a coroutine though. Which I think coroutines are like fake threads, right? I don't know if I've ever had to rotate a cube in a different thread. When would I need to do that? Like what use case would I have? to rotate cubes and threads. Not, I mean, I don't know, because I'm not. I'll just tell you this. Not only have I not been doing game development in Unity, my math skills are not great. So the likelihood that I would need to do this problem is not high. I come from a software engineering on the SaaS-based development. So more, much lower gear in terms of mathematical needs. Really. Performance is like, how do you optimize your database requests and minimize your loops in your single request? How do you make your request return faster? Right? That's, it's not like, how do you optimize frame by frame how your code is running in your game to maximize FPS. But let's be real, if we wanted performance, we'd also minimize the use of Unity. I know you could optimize Unity, but you'd probably do something like a C++ project. Okay, I guess Unity used to be primarily C++ from what Wallop did. Okay, so now I need to catch a fish. What am I gonna do? So I need to do the luring. What is it? The luring behavior. Oh, we might be coming up on ads, but my thing is not warning me about it. So if we get ads, I'm sorry. Let me see. I'll go to my Twitch channel on my other computer so I can see if ads are coming up or not. Reader dashboard. Screen manager. Got it. Okay. No. Okay, so yeah. We have ads in 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's not showing up on this thing. I do hourly ads because that prevents the pre-roll garbage. So, sorry. Send everything to GPU. There's optimization. Unless coded to write, all game engines work on the main thread. Yes. Well, Unity is designed that way. Running everything in the main thread is a performance bottleneck. Agreed. I don't have a use case where I need to, I don't need to work outside of the main thread, I guess. Like, I'm not making a game that would need that. So that's like, I understand that you can optimize, and there's definitely games that you need to do that with. It's just not this game. Didn't I thought I made like a note. Where's my little note? A little note thing. Just because I forgot that when I have an ad, I want to put like a thing up. It says in 5 seconds. So sorry, ads in a second. And then main thread it. That's why, yeah. All right. Now, can I do this? Let's see. I guess the note is only important for people who have subscriptions, but then I can just use my face and tell you what's going on, right? Did I paste it as a duplicate? Oh, paste it. Which one was the duplicate and which one was the... By the time I figure this out, it won't matter. Oh, yeah. Thank you, my chat, for warning me. Not chat like people talking, but my Streamlabs chat. So, note. Let's see if this works. Ad break. Here we go. All right. So we'll see if this works. And if it doesn't work, well, c'est la vie. But I am going to keep working, because that's the beauty of the ad break, is if you have a subscription, Wait, Coke Dragon, you're still a subscriber? What? Did you just resub? It says you're still a subscriber. When did you subscribe last? Ooh. Figure that one out. Okay, anyway. While we wait for the ad break to finish, I'm going to start figuring out what I'm doing. My behavior. What we want to do, you know, Twitch, we're going to play ads. Make sure they're not the same. Oh. But it plays more, maybe you'll be more likely to buy it. Yeah. Visa ad. We'll never ever have a Visa card. Why not? It's everywhere. I cracked myself up. Okay, 18 seconds left. We're almost done. All right, get out of my face. Ad break note. Okay. So, meow, we need to determine if a fish has overlapped the hook. It might be everywhere. This doesn't mean I'm spending money on things like... Yeah, I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I can't afford now, yeah. Can or can't afford. Got it. Right. Yeah, we're the deadbeat credit people, me and my wife. I use a credit card and then I pay it off. Hey, speak of the devil. I mean, speak of the Wallaber. Shout out to the Burr. How are you, Wallaber? Wallaber, Cyber Angel here has been in game development for over 17 years. Is retired and does Unity just for funsies. And also has done a lot of Unity. And Cyber Angel has a question about how would you rotate a cube in a separate thread in Unity? Not in a coroutine, but an actual separate thread. That is the ultimate test of a good developer. So Wallaber, if you can tell Cyber Angel how to do that, you will pass the super cool, awesome test of being super cool and awesome. So just go ahead and just, throw that out there and it'll be fine. So what I need to do is I need to figure out all of the overlapped fish. How do I get all of the fish that are overlapped? I would need to check the fish in the fish area in relation to the hook. You would do it in a job. That's how you know ChatGPT is horrendous. I haven't tried asking ChatGPT. Let me get to this. You would, but okay. Well, let's find out. Now I'm super curious. I want to try this. Where's my chat? What did I get rid of my ChatGPT window? I don't know. I've never tried to do it, but I'll try. I'm happy to go make ChatGPT do this. Jobs needs a way of writing code that can be done in threads and play nice with Unity APIs. Okay. In Unity, how can I rotate a 3D cube in a separate thread? Question mark. Main thread responsible. Attempting to manipulate game objects of rotating is not allowed. Error. Here's a high-level approach. Calculate in a separate thread. Use background thread to calculate desired thread. Rotation thread. It actually says to make a new thread? No, it told me to use a thread. Thread.sleep. Is that legit? Can you use threads in C#? I thought it was supposed to be a job. Are there other ways to do this using a thread? And also not using a code. Hi, Wallaber. I'm watching and lurking on Motzi. Well, oh yeah, sympathy. Async and await and a task. It hasn't come up with the word job yet. It does have a task though. Yes, there's alternative methods. Unity job system. There it is. For high performance parallel computations, especially those involving large data sets or complex, the job system lets you write. Okay. I think the job system is what I would want. Can you provide me sample code to do this using a job? Yeah, Sympathy is an LLC baby because she has none. Define the job. Unity mathematics. Rotate job. iJob. Schedule and complete your job and your mono behavior. What? iJob. What? Is that right? I'd rather ask Edge's AI instead of ChatGPT. Zeke. Edge's AI. What is Edge's AI? I haven't heard of this. I like my jobs like I like my handles. Job handles. Rotate job. Look at my little rotate jobby. I parallel 4. Is there such thing as an iJob? Does that really exist? Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. Unity jobs. Wait, iJiggle? What is iJiggle? No, it was just iJob parallel 4. The whole point of me saying this was that you still need to be a decent programmer. Yeah, I mean, Cyber Angel, I have some fairly strong opinions about ChatGPT. I think that there's a thing about new technologies that people who've been around for a while tend to not like. And like any new technology, ChatGPT is not going to be perfect, but it provides some value. And you know, like, I don't know if you watch Primogen, but Primogen talks about how, yeah, ChatGPT is great for experienced programmers, but you don't want these kids in college using it, because the way Primogen had to learn was by doing it all the hard way, right? But just like all new technologies, Edge's AI is called Copilot. Okay. Well, I mean, I use Copilot here too, but it's Copilot in GitHub versus... Anyway, all new technologies eventually get adopted, right? When I was first learning how to code for a career, and I learned about IDEs, I loved autocomplete. I thought that was the greatest thing. But all the developers I worked with were like, autocomplete, blah, blah, blah. You should just be able to code it all by hand. Honestly, that's what Wallaber says, so he doesn't say it quite that way. But I don't think that necessarily makes it that the developers were going to be bad, because the developers learning now are just going to learn how to use the tools. I know why they picked the name. I know, it's so confusing. Hey, I'm not that. You literally turned off all your inspections because you got annoyed by them, Wallaber. You don't do like the rest of us and just ignore them. Oh. You told me how you turned off all the inspections. Oh man. Okay. What am I doing here? I'll get caught up in chat in a second. I'm going to go ask ChatGPT a question. Great. I need to do. How do I find all fish that are found the hook? All right. Yes, but you're missing the point. Right now, people are saying programmers are obsolete. Technically, right now, I've heard people say that, but I haven't heard people who know how to develop say that. I don't know. Like, I don't think that's the main thrust of the argument. What I hear a lot of people saying more is ChatGPT doesn't provide value. It's not good. It doesn't help me. You know, I've heard a lot of that. Or the quality of developers is going to go down because ChatGPT. I haven't heard a lot of programmers are obsolete. I've heard a lot of programming quality is going to reduce because of it. Writer was like way too anxious to help. It constantly wants to add using statements for random shit. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really bother me. I could see jobs for programmers going down in 10 years, but that could also be said by other jobs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, yes, I don't know, Cyber Angel. I don't know if like there's research out there right now that says what people are saying about the tool set. I think that there are bigger companies that are going to learn some really hard lessons because of all the layoffs and stuff happening. Oh, well, we got AI now. It's going to solve all our problems. Yeah, okay. Well, what they're going to find out is it's not going to. And the people who got laid off are going to get other jobs, or they're going to gain proficiency in a way where they're going to get paid more in the long run because they're going to leverage the tool set everyone's using and find a way to, you know, get value out of it. I mean, I think that's going to happen. Okay, let me just make sure I understand. Tell me what you're saying. Because what I think you're saying, let me just restate it. What I think you're saying is there is a fear that ChatGPT or AI is going to replace developers. And that from what you're just saying now, newer developers are the ones that are mostly afraid of this, and or they're the ones that are relying on a tool set that has questionable value. And to your point, ChatGPT can't replace senior developers. It can't solve problems unless you know how to ask it the right questions. It can't solve them in the way that we're describing. And so this fear or this idea that it's going to replace people is unfounded, because ChatGPT, you know, or other AIs are not going to replace developers for multiple years. I'm guessing. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to intentionally misunderstand you. So if you want to like explicitly tell me, I said, hold on, let me go back and read your point here. You started with ChatGPT can't tell you how to do a certain thing in Unity, right? And which is unless you know how to ask the right question, really, because once I asked about jobs, it started giving me some answers, right? But if I just said, tell me how to do this, it wouldn't. And if I didn't know, I would go down a path of using all this random crap, right? There you go. It failed. And so you said that it failed because the first question it answered was wrong. The whole point of me saying this is that you still need a decent programmer, right? So you need a decent program to know that ChatGPT is not. Yeah, I understand that. Programmers are safe, correct? So the fear that ChatGPT is going to replace programmers is not founded, because programmers, especially senior, their jobs are safe right now. It's scary to know where it's going. You're missing the point right now. People are saying that programs are obsolete. I have not heard that very consistently. I just don't know where that's coming from. Technically, right now, it's not going to happen. In maybe 10 years or so, we should be worried. Okay.
What I'm saying is that new developers are the ones asking. Okay, so what am I missing here? New developers are the one asking the question if they're obsolete. My point is right now it's not going to make anyone obsolete. Because right now you still need to know what you're doing. No, so I understand what you're saying, Cyber Angel. I'm not sure if my words, it sounds like you're hearing my words and not believing that I understand you. I do understand what you're saying. I do understand the statement that you're making. Sure, but there's hold on. My audio's messed up? Uh-oh, what happened? What happened to my audio? Is my audio still messed up? Hello, hello, hello? Hello? Tell me if my audio is still messed up. Unless
Different mic. Hold on. It could be voice mod. Got triggered. Someone might have paid for the voice mod. Okay. Someone might have made my voice robot or something. Okay. I'm not going to touch anything. We're just going to leave the microphone alone. It's got some echo? Did I open something in... Okay, weird. I don't know. I need to replace this mic. It's 4 years old or something now. So okay. I'm gonna go to chat mode for a second because I'm really distracted from the coding. I understand what you're saying, Cyberbrother. There's a couple things that I would say. First, I believe you that there are some people saying programmers are obsolete, but I don't know what the quantity of those people are. So while you can say anecdotally, yeah, I've heard people say that, I haven't seen a lot of people say that. What I've seen a lot of people say is, well, I guess maybe because I just look at like senior developers more, is that they're concerned about the quality of code because people relying on ChatGPT and other tools aren't knowledgeable enough to know whether they're getting good value. What does it sound like? I feel like somebody is doing something with my voice. I'm going through a tunnel. Okay, hold on. Let me go hear what it sounds like. I'm going to turn off my music audio so I can hear me. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Oh, it's weird. That is really weird. Okay, where's my... I don't know. That seems like... somebody is playing with my voice. I don't want that.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. I want to see if I can figure this out. Hold on a second. I swear it's somebody that's messing with my voice. Check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Okay. So I'm guessing, let me just try this real quick. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Yeah. There's an 8-bit keybind. So yeah, no that yeah, okay. I know what's going on. I had to All right. Okay. Okay, okay. Got it. So, not many people played with my voice mod. Melon Boy, thanks for confusing the crap out of me. I have a voice mod thing, and not very many people use it because it costs bits, I think, to do it. And there's an 8-bit mod there. It's okay. Melon Boy. 50-bit, yeah.
I might have to change it. But it's not very often that people have done that. So anyway. Totally distracted from the conversation about AI and stuff. Suffice it to say, Cyber Angel, yes, I understand the point you're making. I don't know what the actual percentage of people are that think that programmers are going to be obsolete, and what the spectrum of people are.
But I haven't heard it as much as obsolete as the other side of things. Are we still playing with my voice? Is that what's happening now? Did you change me to like a baby voice? Good. Let's go to the baby voice time. Now I got to find out what voice I just got switched to. Oh, no, I didn't. It says it's clean. My voice is clean right now. That's good. So I suppose that the real thing that I'm thinking about with these tool sets are, like anything, they can be abused, and we're going to end up with some problems because you're going to end up with like junior developers that don't learn how to code properly, and they just rely on ChatGPT or other tools, and they make some really bad solutions. And there's going to be companies that say, I don't need to have a bunch of developers. I'm just going to hire a really cheap person and make them use ChatGPT. Okay, Cyber Angel, I guess the point I would make is whether they're asking or they're saying, the topic of whether ChatGPT is going to make programmers obsolete is what I'm referring to. I'm using words that don't align with your words, but I'm thinking the same words that you're saying. Does that make sense? So I can tell that you want me to be very specific about how I say I understand you. Okay? So let me be really clear. What I am saying is the same thing that you're saying. Whether I'm saying the words, people are saying it's obsolete versus they're asking whether, it's still processing the same way in my head. Sure. But it doesn't matter. Like, my point doesn't change based upon you changing that parameter, right? Whether they're saying or asking. I haven't seen a survey that says, 30% of new developers are asking whether programmers are obsolete because of ChatGPT. I haven't seen any of that information. So regardless of that point that you're making, which I understand, I get it. Yes, I understand. Look, Cyber Angel, 100% I understand. I don't know if it's because of the gap of you typing and me speaking, or the way that I say the word, because I'm not saying them as precisely as you're typing them in terms of my response. But I completely, fully, 100% understand what you're saying. And when I've taken your topic and I've gone on a different direction with it, right? That's what I'm saying. You can argue with me and you can tell me that I don't understand. I 100% understand. I work with people like you a lot, and they tend to tell me that I'm wrong about things. It's probably because I tend to repeat things imprecisely. But as precisely as what you're stating, I understand it. I get it. I got it in my brain. I totally understand. Okay? I get the point, and I've taken your topic, and now I've gone on a journey about AIs and chat GPT and what, junior people versus senior and the state of the world as it relates to AI. I've just taken what you've done and extrapolated it into more. It's not because I didn't understand what you said. I understood what you said the first time you said it, but I've taken it and processed it differently, right? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I've gone on a different journey, right? Ready Player One. I mean, with Apple, like the Apple Vision thing and all that other crazy, I guess that's like real life Ready Player One. As opposed to, well, they even have the treadmill things, I think, right? Or I guess in the book, it wasn't treadmill. It was like a pod that you sit in, something. Anyway, so Cyber Angel, just to close the loop, I understand what you're saying. I got it. Junior or younger developers are asking whether programmers are obsolete. And your other statement is you have to be able to know whether ChatGPT is telling you the truth or lying to actually accurately make use of it. Or I guess you're saying is you can't just ask ChatGPT any old question unless you actually know a little bit about what you're doing. If you need to buy a new version of VR headset every year, I mean, that's going to happen. The thing is that I've been talking about ChatGPT every single time I stream. And my interest is not about whether junior people think programming is going to be obsolete or whether they're asking the question. My interest is in senior developers who have narratives about what the state of the world will be in 5 years because of ChatGPT. So when I hear topics about it, I start thinking about the YouTube personalities I watch that are programmers that use tools like ChatGPT and how they use them and what they do with them, and how I can't tell if it's just because of the state of content creation, if they're just creating like opposing views because it's interesting and people want to watch it. Hi, Aaron, by the way. I don't remember if I said hi to you. But it's interesting for me to watch how people process the new tool sets. I have junior developers that report to me that are trying to leverage it. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. I gotta get rid of this thing here. Melon Boy Geo. I love that name, by the way. Thank you for the sub. I'm gonna go put you in my code. Hold on. You're gonna be now, Melon Boy. Have you been here before? Because I didn't see like the first time chatter message, which I normally see. Okay, so 2024. Thank you, Melon Boy Geo, for the T1 sub. Have you subbed before? I visited a bit ago. Okay, so it was a hot minute. Now enjoy being immortalized in this code comment. Peeping Al rating with a party of 10. Thank you for the rate, Peeping Al. Can I give you a shout out? 2 years. Holy crap. Has it been 2 years? Was your name Melon Boy Geo back then? It just means we have more time to be more creative and do more work in less time. Yeah, that's what I agree wholeheartedly. Great developers will find ways to leverage tools to simplify the boilerplate code and find answers to things that maybe they're not as good at and investigate and research. Young developers are going to have to learn how to code better in an age where half of the answers are given to them. Hello, Peeping Owl. By the way, this is the game that I'm working on. AI secure. Oh God, I mean, have you seen the show Silicon Valley? Because they touch on that idea And we're going that route for sure. Zeke, for 1 year and 8 months? Where have we all been, people? I mean, in my day, there was no such thing as a game engine. Listen, Cyber, I'm, from your description, I don't know how old you are compared to me, but I was born in 81. And I agree, there weren't really game engines back then either. Like, the stuff that you can get now is just like, you can have developers do 10 times more, or maybe even more than that, for games with just a smaller team because of the tools out there. I used to lurk a ton, but I'm interested again. Okay, well, welcome back. I'm glad to have you here. And I'm glad to have you, Raiders. Mujin? My game was engine. Mugen was my game engine. Oh, Mugen. Is that how you say it? Back in the early 2Ks. I didn't go the game development route. I went the software engineering route. SaaS products. I'm a chief technology officer of a small company. How to say how old you are without saying how old you are. I learned programming on punch cards. I've known a few of you. So I've talked to a few punch card developers. One of the people that I worked with when I worked at the VA, he made like an asteroid game in punch cards. And he explained to me the process, like you had to be so precise because you only get so many opportunities to do the punching. So you had to like triple, quadruple check it to get the code right. And then you punch it out and make sure it works. You basically had to write perfect code. I was never that person. I was never a person that tried to write perfect code all the time. And I've already said, I've been very clear. Like people like, and I'm going to give Wallaber another shout out because he's pretty cool. Wallaber is what I would consider, I mean, Cyber, you're probably like this too, and there's other people like this, but Wallaber's like the example that I put up of a actual classic engineer of some sort, which he laughs about because he started as a QA person, but he's truly engineer mindset, like just truly problem solving driven, able to walk himself through problems. I've never been that way, ever. I can do it. I can do that sort of top-down problem solving, but I've never been that person. And I don't want my voice to get so hoarse. Will I stop talking? Nay. Anyway. So like the engineering mindset, the ability to just methodically go through and solve problems has never been my capability. I did find out that I also have a problem of having ADD. So that's, part of my problem. But what was I even saying? But the other problem is just like the way that I think about solving problems is different. I try to do intuitive problem solving usually. I am, but I'm also trying to talk at the same time, which is part of my problem. I'm too talkative. I'm not saying that I can't solve problems. It's just like when I look at people that I have classically considered true engineers, the way they go about solving things and the way they make things work, I don't do by default. And I also have troubles where I get like completely drained of energy to solve a problem, even simple things. Where like I watch Wallaber stream his code and he's just like, oh yeah, I'll just do this. I'll get him on a phone call to help me and he'll be like, well, yeah, okay, this is what you're doing. Okay, try this. Yeah, okay, here's what you got to do. And then he'll just start telling me the answers. I'm just like, okay, master, show me the way. Anyway, so let me see here. Do I want the hook? I could make the hook do the work. And then the hook could detect the fish. Then I could just ask the hook if it has a hooked fish, right? That would be an interesting way to do it, right? Not hook fish favorites, fishing hook. Oh, and about AI thing, just give the AI a function, ask if what the function is supposed to do. That's a cute one. What should I should, here, I'll ask this. We'll try my just whole. I'll give it the whole class and see what it does. So one of the things too is I love this new age. I love this new age of AI. It's so great. Can you tell me what this Unity C# does? See what it does. Let's see what it says, because this is something I wrote, right? They restricted learning a fish with a fishing minigame. Here's a breakdown of the functionalities. Serialized fields and conditions. Hook distance condition. So it's like breaking down all the different pieces, like reading me my code. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And this is how you learn programming fast, and something I try to get people to ask ChatGPT. Apply behavior methods, apply behavior logic, virtual methods for behavior adjustment. Use the serialized field with attributes like box indicates. I mean, it's interesting. I never thought of asking it to describe to me what code does. Programmer. You know why I really like ChatGPT? So there is a factor that people repeatedly state that is a problem, which is you can't rely on ChatGPT to solve all of your knowledge gaps. You can describe requirements and you can get it to produce some code that kind of works, but doesn't do exactly what you want, especially if it's something visual. But there's a diminishing return where the more you try to modify it, the worse it gets, right? Which I experienced with some of this phishing stuff. But the value for me is that half the time I don't have a lot of time to work on this stuff. So what I do is I just offload some brain power. I type things up and then I go do some other work. And then I come back and I try and shove it in. And then I realize I'm gonna have to learn how the code works in order to write the code, right? One of my faults is I refactor way too much. So I asked ChatGPT how to refactor something. Oh, does it do, I haven't experienced great refactoring capabilities on Chat yet. I haven't learned how to ask it to refactor well. But I would say, yes, I refactor too much as well. And actually, the streaming and game dev is what caused me to stop refactoring as much. Because I just don't, and I don't have time. I have a full-time job. So I'm trying to do this job on the side. So it just doesn't really work, I guess. Where's my fishing hook? What I could do is, you know what? Maybe I could try to make it do it within here. Right? Can I get objects in the parent that overlap? I could, right? Yeah. So let me see here. Also, this format. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. That was code I copied from before. It's not bad at it. Okay. Yeah, I haven't tried it too much with refactoring. I guess it's just because I've tried to have it do some refactoring and it does some weird stuff. and like, it's not consistent. So like, I'll have all my coding standards and then it'll produce code that's slightly different, but not quite what it was before. And I have to go and hunt down like what pieces of code I need to steal. Some of it's just learning how to leverage it properly, you know? That's what, like, I think like the younger generations, they're going to have their own challenges learning the code, but they're going to learn, I think, how to get the output they want better, because they're going to learn the hard way all the wrong stuff to do. But like an experienced dev might be able to coach it to get them what they want. An inexperienced dev is going to create a really bad experience, and then they're going to have to like dig their way out of it. And I think that will actually result in them learning better the right way to like coach it, right? The experienced devs are going to avoid a lot of pitfalls. Inexperienced people won't, and therefore their learning curve, like their outcomes are going to be slower, but their learning curve is going to be really nice. Like, like they're gonna learn the hard way. Okay, what was I doing? So I was going to do. I could use a distance, I suppose. That's true. I could just put a. I could put a collider. I think that's like an easy way to get a balance, right? Or I could use a. What other thing could I put on? Let me see. Could give the hook. I mean, it's an abnormal shape, but I think if I just give it like a 2D circle, what we got? A circle collider 2D, and I can just find what's inside of it. Maybe where is the sound? It's just right there. Okay, so we need to have the radius be large, right? And I can actually put the radius over by the end of the hook. Right. So then it's like if the fish is in this hook. Yeah. Make the radius slightly bigger. That should work, maybe. You should, when I first started working on this project 3 years ago, my Unity knowledge was extremely poor. Is it circle collider? And just me struggling through half of the things and having Wallaber show me some of the basics. At least with ChatGPT now, I can ask questions about how something is supposed to work. And even if it's not 100% correct, it's usually close enough that I can figure my way around. One of the arguments I've made about the ChatGPT thing too is like, okay, what did I do before ChatGPT? Well, I would Google it, and I would go to Stack Overflow, and sometimes your mileage may vary on whether Stack Overflow answers the question. Or I'd find a tutorial, and the tutorial, again, your mileage may vary in terms of the coding standards and practices people follow. And yeah, it was a fun time. So, what I wanted to do is public void get hooked. Should I just say get hooked fish? So I get every fish and just randomly pick one, maybe? Because sometimes you might have more than one, right? I hate Ryder's coding guidelines suggestion. Goes against what I learned C#. Which ones are you talking about? I mean, I have customized the coding standards a little bit to my preferences. So I don't know which ones you'll be referring to. C# has been around for 20 years. Oh my god, I feel old. It has been. God, it has been. Because that was like when .NET was coming out, right? Anyway, so let's see. How do I do this? Because I haven't had to do it with a hook collider. So what I could do for the moment, I'm going to do this like wait, can I get collided things? I'm not sure if I want to do it by... I mean, we're already doing math for this, right? So, public on trigger enter. So if other... I could give it a tag, or I could get the component. Oh, but will it be slower? If I give it a tag of fish, it'll be fastest, right? I could do that. Let me see. I think the fish template has a collider. But it has a circle collider too. So I could give it a tag. I suppose. I don't really want to add a whole tag, but it's probably smarter to do that, right? Sure. We'll just add a fish tag. Why not? We can have a fish. I could come up with a different tag name, I suppose. I'm clearly not using a lot of tags. It will be faster. 22 years ago, Rider uses Java guidelines because developers of Rider are Java developers. What are your thoughts? Do you like underscores in your naming conventions? I can think of a developer or two that likes underscores. I do not. I do not like underscores. I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like underscores or whatever. So I guess what I could do is I could just always update. It doesn't matter which fish it is, right? So I'm just gonna just always have a hooked fish. Yeah. Fish swimming controller. And we'll just call it hooked fish. Do not like green eggs in him. I do not like them, Sam I am. I know why people use them. I just don't like them. I understand inherently that if I were to have underscores, I could do something like that and it would give me all of the private fields, right? So like inherently there's like a value to it in that using the underscore means I've categorized every single thing, right? I could, I mean, I could also just get the component, but if I use it, because like, otherwise I could do this. I could say, I could do this, right? But what's inherently faster, getting the tag or getting the component? Actually, I don't know I don't know which is faster. In the context of this, it doesn't matter. Computers are fast, but it feels dirty on every time trigger enter is checked. It's got to do this. I guess it wouldn't be extensive anyway, because if it has if it does have that component, but if the collider is of type, but you can't do that, can you? I'd still have to get the component because I have to get the fact that the collider is, something like a 2D circle or something like that, right? Like I could infer, but if I want to be somewhat explicit, I either have to get the tag or I have to get the object of the type I need, right? I can't, this doesn't return, this isn't the type of object. I can't say like, other is the game object isn't that, is it? What? Other dot game object. I mean, I can get the layer, but it's just a game object. Does this work? I don't think so, right? Because it's not, this is a component. It's not the object. Or is of? No. Maybe there's some syntax I don't know about. I thought you had to always get the component or something, right? Because it's only giving me a collider. I don't. The game object is a game object, isn't it? I don't think the syntax would work because I'm trying to get the controller, which is a component of the fish object. Does that work? In C#, if I'm using in Unity, a collider, and I want to determine if it is a collider on one fish, how would I check? I don't think you can just use type up, can you? Use tags, layers, or the component, right? So the base one is using tags. The second one could be using a layer. And the third one would be using component check. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I don't think you can use type up, though. Like, I think you just do this. If fish does not equal null, right? Because you have to use get component. You can't check with type of that it's a fish swimming controller, right? I could do a fish type of, but I'm getting the component. If it has an interface to define the contract, maybe do you have some reference? Like, I just haven't seen this method done before. I'm really curious now because I don't I mean, this is not that big of a deal, but I guess it's just, I like avoiding things like that if I can. Also, at some point I'm going to get a warning that the next ad break is coming because it's 11. So, okay, so fish. So this would work, right? So I can just say hooked fish equals fish. So I don't really need the tag. You're right. That is correct, Mundo. I don't need a tag. Also, before, I have to reload. So the tag doesn't really matter in this case. I can actually just. Oh, apparently I made the tag and I didn't use it. It really doesn't matter. But it's in Unity, though. It is, Melon. It is. On trigger enter is an override. So unless I like overrode my collider, like if I made the fish object itself an extension of collider, I could probably do that. Oh, the ad break warning says it'll start in 5 minutes. That's why. Like if my swimming controller object was a collider, but I don't think on trigger enter can use. It has to be some kind of collider, right? Doesn't it? I thought it has to be a collider. But again, I mean, maybe there's. I don't know. Does this use some kind of interface? That's just a component. No, I know what you're saying. Okay. I mean, I just, from the context of Unity, I don't know how I would use an interface in this context. Like in this literal code that I'm showing you, I don't know the alternative to using get component because I want this component right here. I could use some kind of interface for the component, I guess. But game object, like the collider has a game object, right? Oh, did someone snooze my ads? How'd that happen? Was it one of my admins pressed the snooze button, or did I accidentally push it? Oh, whatever. Oh, no, that's okay, later in. Anyway, this should work, right? So this will give me a fish that's hooked. Actually, I don't want, if fish doesn't equal null, n fish Oh, I should say is hookable. Ooh, that's a good one. That fish is so hookable, man. Sorry, I don't know why I'm like this. I do know why I'm like this, but no, Cyber Angel, I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand what you mean. Collider dot game object. Oh, wait, sorry, other dot game object. I could get the type of the game object, but that would give me game object. I could do type of collider dot game object. I could do like type of. I guess it couldn't because I'd have to have the actual like class. Type of uses a class name. But I don't know in this context how without using get component and without using tags, I could get type and use that to infer what I need. Because I need it to be this. Unless there was a like, because it's all based like the collider just uses a game object. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know like literally what I would write differently from this or compare tag. If you had like a code example, I could look at it. I mean, I totally mean to do that. Please love me, chat. It's okay. A snooze is fine. We can snooze and lose a little bit. Fine, man. Fine. I hate all of these properties I've added here. So what we're going to do is public bool is hookable interest level. We're going to say interest level is greater than 0.95, I think. Right? If other game object is type of hookable. How do you apply an interface to a game object in Unity? Is that possible? I didn't know that was possible. Is it possible to make an interface like and game object such that I could do other dot might just be a convention I don't know, right? That's, well, I mean, clearly it is. But that's the component though, right? Yeah. So Cyber, I don't think that's possible in this context. Because the game object is not the same thing as the component that's associated with it. This is the component that I'm trying to get that's added to it. But I can't set, can I? How would I set an interface to the actual game object, which is this fish template? How do I make fish template have an interface of iHookable? I would love to know how. I'm super like genuinely curious how I would do that. I haven't seen that terminology. You need to forget the component. You still need to get that. Oh, so you mean, okay. So what you mean is I still have to do something like this. Or I could do like iHookable, right? Like I could make an interface for that instead of using a concrete implementation. Like, I still have to use get component. I know what composition over inheritance is. I mean, I wonder if you think that I don't know things because the way I'm asking questions. I know these things, But I also know that in Unity, the way they're structured, you can't use other dot game object because the game object is not a class that you can in this context. I can't give it an interface, right? Like I'm wondering if you think I don't know some of these things or something. Like I'm curious, but I don't. You would literally have to give me an example of code because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand it. It's not about whether like what I'm writing is bad. I could use hookable, right? I could use something like that. And then that gives me an interface that I'm using. But it doesn't change the fact that I have to use get component, right? Okay, well, Cyber Angel, listen. If you can show me a link to literally do the example you're talking about, great. I will take a look at it. I'm very, very curious about how you can apply an interface in Unity to a game object. How with on trigger enter, which is a collider based override, how I can use other here, other dot game object is type of something, right? How do I give the game object, which is, you know, a base object in Unity, an interface? That's what I want to know. Oops. Oh, add. Okay, I thought the ad had already started. So are you saying that if I went to this here, the fish swimming controller here, and I made a class called iHookable, like if I made a class called iHookable right here, an interface, you're saying that the type of check would work that way, because this is how I'd have to define it, right? Because it has to be a mono behavior. So if I go here, let's try this. Interface, iHookable. Oh, did the ad break start or not? Okay, so iHookable, and then we'll make a override public bool is hookable get. Okay, it can't do private? That's weird. I guess we can do private get set. Okay. Oh, can I do get? Oh. Okay. All right. Go to add. Okay, so we're gonna do the ad, and I'm not gonna be RB. I'm just here, but I'll put my little ad break note up, just so people know that I'm in ads. Okay, so I'm very iHookable right now. Okay, so we have iHookable, and then while did it not? Is hookable. I guess we have to put a setter. Oh, I don't need a setter. I just need to use getter. is hookable. We're gonna be the hookable thing. It's gonna hook it, yeah. Because we're gonna hook the hookable thing. Okay, so I'm gonna put the code up here and see if this is what we're talking about. So theoretically, then maybe, possibly, we should be able to do collider. Oops. Other. Other dot game object is, and I could just do is iHookable, right? Which it's going to tell me it can't do. iHookable is not a component. So is won't work. So game object type of can we do type of? What did he say? He said is type of iHookable. Did the ad break stop? Did we get there? I think you did. And we're back. Okay. So this is what you were writing. Other.gameObject is type of iHookable. So compiler warning. Problem. This is a type test pattern. Okay, sure. But it doesn't matter because GameObject does not extend or does not use the interface of iHookable. Because GameObject is a Unity-based class. So I did give the fishing swimming controller iHookable. And this is the hook controller where the trigger method is one of like the collider methods. But it's saying that doesn't work. So I could make this work like this. And I can just get all iHookable components. Well, this won't work because it's no longer a fish, but GameObject.type. Well, there's no dot type of. There is get type. I could do like get type equals. Right? I could do that. But I don't think type of is. I'd have to do like if I was going to do type of, I'd have to do GameObject. I think it's this way. Right, I'd have to do like type of, which then it just converts to that, but whatever. Is assignable from? Let me see. So, but this doesn't reference that, right? So I could do this. No. If I use GameObject is signable from, It doesn't tell me about the actual instance of this game object. All right, stop. Can you wait, dude, and I'll write an example? Sure. Okay. Thanks. Here, it's a Discord. I really want to know now. I mean, wait, is this the right Discord? Let's see. Yeah, that's the right one. Stop in. Teach me the ways of how this works. I'm super curious. I'm always wanting to learn, new ways to do things. Especially if it like shortens some of this code a little bit, right? Teach me how to do ternary operators. I'm kidding, because Wallaber's been trying for ages. Anyway, Cyber Angel, thanks for popping in and hanging out and giving some new ideas on how to think about solving problems. What is Jacob sending to me? Oh, okay. Sorry, I got a message from my dev partner. Okay, so what we have now will work. So we'll leave our interface there for later. If I learn when Cyber shows up on the Discord, I'll find out more in the developer channel, hopefully, or somewhere. Okay, so our fish is hooked. It won't matter what fish is hooked, as long as there is a hookable fish that is hooked. I suppose we have to make sure the fish stays hookable. And maybe not. Maybe we'll just say, hey, it touched it, it's hookable. So now I should be able to get the hooked fish. So what I can say is, in the base luring controller, in the update method, which apparently does not. Do I even use these things? What is this? Oh yeah, this is the right one. Okay. Apply behavior. When do I use these things? Oh, that's not the right place. That's why I'm using. That's not the right place at all. I need to go to the luring controller. Now, in our update here, handle reeling input, update distance, and if this dot hook controller dot hooked fish does not equal null, then we do the next phase, right? Then we go to context dot current fish. Is there current fish? What is our context? Okay. What is current fish? It is a fish. Do I save the fish somewhere? No. Fishing item? What do I save for my fishing object? I have the fish data, but that's going to be the game object. So I think what I need to do is I need to create a fish. I think it's like that. So what we do is we'll say hook fish equals new fish. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. I will have to do hooked fish dot fish data, which I don't actually publicly make. So I'm gonna have to do public boom and that should be good. And then current fish will be the hooked fish. Do I have another thing in here? Fish is fine. So this is the actual hooked fish. Which Should be the same data, actually. Let me go look at this fish real quick. What else do I have in here? I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, it does matter because the current fish hasn't been set up yet. That's the problem. Okay, good. Let's see if we can get this stupid fish hooked. Okay, so then we stop the phase, and that would do what? What is stop phase? Is running equals false. We've already adjusted the context, so that should be fine. But we have a problem here where we have an error. Hey, look at all these using statements that get added randomly. I'm sure Walliver loves that. Oh, I just saw new bugs in our support forum. Hopefully, Jacob checks it out at some point. Oh, the question mark? Okay. Got some good ones. All right. So now we are going to go to our luring node. So when process is complete, this will jump to the next node, and that's going to be our reeling node. I'm pretty sure I said it would stop reeling, right? Stop phase. Yes, okay. So theoretically, we already have reeling working. I'd like to try and finish this night with making something kind of real-ish. Really, really. Okay. So, let's go to our fishing. In our project, we have our mini game for fishing. And we're gonna do fishing reeling. Boom. You know, it's been a minute since I've even looked at the fishing reeling note, so oh boy, buckle up. This is gonna be really good or really bad. Here we go. Really? So we're gonna start reeling. We're gonna wait, and I just make it reel forever, which is fine because right now I don't really care. So then, in this case, we don't want to create the current context rod. We'll keep that. That's fine. Current distance. Oh, where do I get current distance from here? I don't think I want these values at all because the context should already have. I'll start with the current tension though. That needs to be. Can reel, open window. Fishing gauge window should already be open. Set up this dot con. Okay. So we don't need to set the fish because now the fish should be the thing that got caught. But we do need to make sure that the gauge window is working properly. So let's go to the gauge window. Context rod slider. Don't care about breakpoint yet. We're not breaking the line. Magic numbers +7. Wow, very well. So magic. And then what do I have to do here? Context is can reel equals. So I'm gonna have to wire this up now. I don't think I ever wired this up in the game. So in here, so now I got to switch This is the fishing area for luring. So I have to like shut down the fishing area to hide it. And I've got to switch this to the reeling stuff, which I never actually set up before. I've got to switch it to this thing here. So what I got to do is get the tension line strength. Is that the one? Sure, I actually. Okay. So now I've got to go to my reeling phase. I'm going to give this the reeling controller. I know I could technically have them all in one place, but I made them different game objects just so I could see them better, I guess. Uh-oh. Did I not put the... Okay. I'm going to have to set this up. Okay. So this may or may not happen, because now I forgot that I got reeling all working, and then I changed a bunch of stuff, and I never went back and refactored it. So reeling controller, and then I got to go to like the reeling UI controller. I basically got rid of this concept of a reeling UI controller because it just wasn't needed. What did I do with this? Reeling controller. Oh, it's in the fishing game controller, right? Okay. So I've got to transfer all of the fishing game controller nonsense. Because I originally made this and I was going to put all the functionality in this one thing, and I really realized I needed to not do that. Do I have time to do this? 11:30. I guess so. Big sad. Okay, so we're gonna go get. We got context. I'm just gonna take all this crap. We don't fishing gauge. Update rate. Current rod. Current fish. I think these are what I need. I just remove this garbage. It'll tell me where I have to go steal it. Oh man. Okay. So now we're gonna know where we have to steal code from. Sorry about the weird bug. I'm gonna go to the reeling controller. I think I already moved update rate, didn't I? Ah, the old let the compiler find it for me method. I like that one. I learned from the best, Wallaber. I'm not being facetious when I talk about how amazing you are and how much I don't want to be you, but I certainly look up to you and your ability to solve problems. Just like the problem you helped me solve today. I really appreciated your help on that, by the way. How come? Oh yeah. Hey Waller, I was like, hey Waller, I have a question. I'm having this issue with the fish, the masking not working. And I was typing him, I'm like, oh, I should go look. And then after I messaged him, I'm like, oh right, I'm using the wrong material. I was using a sprite material that wouldn't work in 2D masking context. Like, oh, I just removed the material, it works fine. Thanks for your help, Oliver. Those are my favorite. Oliver makes a good rubber duck. Yeah. Even when he's not trying. Just literally like Wallaber GPT. So helpful. Much wow. Alright. So start reeling. Which gets called from where? Fishing node execute. So I have to. We don't want start reeling to be here. I actually made it so that when reeling starts, it will even open the reeling in inspector because I was trying to like figure that out. Actually, it should be start phase, shouldn't it? Well, we'll let our IDE figure out how to solve this problem by yelling at us. See, look, start reeling. This is the wrong freaking controller. Oh, actually, no, it should have start reeling. Now that I think about it. Well, whatever. We'll figure it out. Fishing reeling controller. Did I already move everything here? Oh, interesting. I must have already moved things. Oh, I might have. Let's see. Context current rod. What is... I didn't use exactly the same code. Did I do that here? Yeah, I did do that here. Okay. Well, that's good, I guess. So instead, I can also just say, and then stop reeling. We'll just get rid of that for a second. Open inspector. Why is that? Usages in... Oh, I see, because it's that. We'll format it. Do you even use a formatter, Wallaber? Can't remember. Update tension and velocity. I might have actually moved all this stuff already. I did. Okay. So really, I just got to find the things I have to delete. Right? All of this crap. Check for line break. Yeah. No. Check for escape. Escape. Fly fish behaviors. I think I even have fly fish behaviors. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, do I have check for escape here too? Escape. Yeah, okay. So I already moved all this stuff. I just gotta delete it from here. On GUI, don't care. Fish status. I even got that one in there. No, I didn't do current tension value. That's interesting. I wonder why I didn't move that one. Current tension. Oh, I think I know why. I think I did it just for the... like my... I was trying to like debug this, right? So all of this stuff I think is like supposed to be editor code. Current tension, yeah, these are things that I was doing within the editor. Do I care about that? It was useful. I guess it's not hurting anything being here right now. What is this down here? Oh, I had a region. Okay, hold on. Let me go back in. Where did I add that region? There it is. This is all the editor. Okay. So I don't care about this stuff. We're just going to comment that out. Why would it not comment all of it out? Oh, okay. We'll just comment. I don't need to do this stuff here right now. I certainly don't need this crap. What is it? Start luring. Okay. So there we go. That one's all good. I must have already moved it before I even remembered what I was doing. So I do need to have reference to like the GUI. Don't remember how I was doing the GUI controller. Fishing gauge UI controller. Don't care about you. What am I gonna steal? Fishing gauge UI controller. We need all of these things. Literally just gonna steal all of it. Fishing reeling controller. Really good. Really. We don't care about that at all. So let's go down to I'm the slider. Left slider, right slider. Pretty sure I didn't keep the sliders there. Okay. So current, tension, current, and this doesn't matter. We'll get rid of those. I'm gonna have to like reorganize where all these things live, but I doubt that I'm gonna go through all this and end up with a functioning bit of code. It's just unlikely to happen. But okay. So if is running, which is part of update tension, apply fish behaviors. This is the thing that would do the update UI, which was there was no UI controller anyway. So if it can reel, then it does this part. Okay. I don't recall how this will work, but we'll find out. I'm kind of combining two controllers. So originally I had like a UI controller and then the main fishing game controller, but then I had multiple controllers I needed to deal with. So I've kind of combined some things and separated other things, which is always fun, you know, keep you on your toes. Fishing game controller is reeling. I don't care about this either. I want to do context.isReeling. Context is pulling. I don't need it. I don't need to go to the fishing game control. Oops. I guess those are the only two places they're using it, so that's good. And what else is this? Am I blind? Oh, here it is. How did I miss a closing brace? Must have been my copy paste. Didn't copy paste well. All right. So, do I use any values here? GUI? No. Good. So would this possibly work? Okay, fishing gauge. We're gonna get rid of you. Let our compiler tell us if there's any issues there. Apparently not. All good. Okay. And then start. Oh my god, please stop. I got a mouse that's got like the infinite scroll nonsense. So if I accidentally start it scrolling and I have the control button down, it does this like shoo! It just like scrolls things to infinity and beyond, clearly. Try get component. Oh. Anderson and Mr. Anderson. I'm sure you've never heard that. How are you, Anderson? Okay, so I don't think. Do we think this will work? Will this work without me doing anything else? I mean, no, but maybe. Possibly. What did I just do? I just did something bad. What? No, this is fine. Everything's fine. We're fine here. Okay, who are you people? Start reeling. There you go. Yeah, okay, so theoretically this will work. Sorry. Responding to the chat. All right, so current distance on open windows. We don't need to do any of that. So this is, oh wait, we do have to open this window, don't we? What is fishing phase controller, which is a UI window? No. How did I open my window? How did I do it here? So I think we did open window with this, right? Nope, we did not. So the window is still open, I think, right? Where do they open them? Casting controller, I guess. Okay, so theoretically the window is still opened when we get to the reeling controller, and that's why I don't open it again. Theoretically. So let's go set up some sliders. Well, let's compile it. Let's see if it compiles even. I'm compiling a list of compilations. It's gonna take a minute, so. When it comes to limbo, I set the bar pretty high. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I need to take a quick pause because I have a child that is still potty training for bedtime, and I've got to go let her go to the bathroom. I'll wake her up. So I will be right back. I'm sorry that I'm doing this before an ad break, but I just realized I need to do it. Maybe I can just can I run the ad break now and then maybe I can just run an ad break now? Let's see. No? How do I run an ad break? Is there a way? Let's see. That way I can get it out of the way since I'm going to step away anyway, right? Is there a button to how do I run an ad break? Come on, thing. Let's go, Stream Manager. You know how to do this. Quick actions. Sorry, give me 1 second. Edit quick actions. Here we go. How do I live without you? I want to know. Yeah. Okay. Run a 3-minute ad. Okay, I'm going to start an ad now because I have to go on a break. And then I'll come back after kiddo goes to the bathroom. Running ad break now to get kiddo to the bathroom. So I'm going to just put this in the ad break mode. And then I'll be right back. Let's see. Can I do this? Run a 3-minute ad now. Is it running? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Turn off the note. Get noted. We got extra time now. My daughter is so hilarious. I have to wake her up and she's like half asleep and she goes, "Dad, I want to be just like you when I grow up." I'm like, cool. The first kid that we've had that actually wants that. Are you sure? You want to be a streamer and a game dev sometimes? She'll figure it out. She's like, "Dad, never mind. I don't want to be like you anymore." All right. So, meow. Now we're going to do the fun part. Not really fun part, but we got to find all the right components. So we don't want to auto cast. Oh, crap. Auto cast slider. Oh, how did I put a casting control on there? Okay. Remove that puppy. So left slider, right slider, distance slider. So the way that the this tension thing works is it actually uses two sliders so that it can grow from the middle. Because that's how I decided to do it. And I have to go and actually get, legitimately the left slider and right slider. The distance slider is going to be this thing here. one underneath it. There. Uh-oh. What did I have? What did I have a left and right slider for? Oh. I know what I had. There's the. Okay, hold on a second. This is the tension line strength, which I believe is that thing. Okay. So I forgot how this works. Strength left, strength right. This shows like the rods have different strengths that we can set. If it has more strength, that space will be wider. So I have this wrong. Okay, let me go back. So strength left and strength right. And then we need to, where's my other one? We have the reeling tension sliders. There we go. I have a little wire in my face. We want to put that right here. These are going to be the sliders that indicate. That's funny. Okay. We actually need to put those tension overlay. We'll put the tension overlay here. Actually, I'm kind of curious about this. So, if I don't put the tension overlay, we saw the bar. Where does that one come from? Is it? Oh, it's the casting strength. Okay, so if the casting strength slider is gone, the tension overlay needs to be here. I think I can just, yeah. So this is the order it has to be in. So we need a tension overlay. We need the tension line strength. Thought I heard some noises. And then the hook will go away. We should be able to put these into the reeling. The tension slider left. Tension slider right. Don't care about the color map. That's fine. We generate it. And then I need to give it the overlay. Let's go add the overlay. Private game object. Tension overlay. Why is this complaining at me? Because it's not used. So in start phase, we need to tension overlay, and we also need to set the tension slider. We actually need to get like a got a pen. Okay. Pen is mightier than the back, except it's not long enough. You know, I've seen people that can touch their hands and their back. That must be really great for back itches. Right there. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just had a moment. What was it doing? Okay, so we're gonna do. I don't normally stream this late, but I had a bit of caffeine. So, you know how it goes. We'll actually call it tension sliders, I think. And then we want tension strength sliders, I guess. I've seen people who know how to use their keyboards so well that they just like wizards. Not that person. I don't even remember where I was going next. I think it's start phase. Yeah. Come on, Copilot. What am I going to do next? Yes. Now what? Yes, you're good. Good job, Copilot. You know how to do. Now, I can make like fancy things that do like fade in, fade out. I'm not going to worry about that right meow. But I do need to go to the luring controller. And then what am I going to do here? There are some things I have to set active and inactive. Is it just fish area? Let's see. Stop phase. I guess we set this dot fish area set active false. That should work because I think the distance gauge is still being used. But we're gonna hide the fish in the fishing area, and then we're going to need to change the hook, which I made a way to do that. How did I do that? It is a where did I do this at? I made a way. Was it in the casting controller? Oh, it might be the casting controller. That's probably right. So it's called a bobber controller. It's actually not a bobber controller though. It is a base slider controller. There's like a fishing bobber controller and a fishing fish handle controller. There we go. Which I don't think I need to do anything special with right now. So I think what I can do in the reeling controller is I have to do the handle. What did I do? There's like a fish. Handle rect transform. So this is a rect transform for the handle. Which I have to give it, or I get it. How do I get that? Distance slider. Okay, so this just like steals it from. So this is weird, but this is like the first way I solved this problem. This is the handle of the slider, which I use for the reeling of the fish. This is a way that I made it so I could have the handle be either a bobber or a fish, because I want the correct icon to show. And I guess I could do that. I'm sorry for the visual sneeze. Okay, so meow I should be able to do in the start phase method. We're gonna change it into fish handle controller dot make active. Okay. So basically, so theoretically, I could have the handle be different things. Right now, it's just either a bobber or a fish. But you know, I make another phase. I did all that just so I didn't have to, juggle between two different things. I don't know why I did it. Just I over refactor, I guess. Prefactor. I refactor so early, I do it before I do refactoring. Oh, I should have turned off debug mode. What do you call a slow cooker with a phone, a crocodile? So, is there a fishing minigame or a fishing skill tree? There's just a fishing minigame. What would a fishing skill? Do you mean like, is there, you can like get better? I mean, you got a personal skill tree, I guess. You'll get better at fishing by being better at it. You can have like your individual skill tree as a human. Or if you're playing it as a robot, I guess. But yeah, there's no skill tree for it. You don't like level up. The way you would level up your fishing is by getting better rods and better bait. buy better equipment. Yeah, I knew what you meant. You don't level up in fishing because the game isn't about fishing. But the problem is I don't really like fishing in games. But when I start solving problems, like, oh, then you could do this, and then you could do this. So I just got really, really into it. Okay, so then we want back to our thing here. The RPG I played most was World of Warcraft, so my knowledge is limited to the game design aspect. Does World of Warcraft have like a fishing skill tree? I guess it probably would, right? Sounds like something they would do for a game like that. And then strength fighter. And then we need to get the handle. We gotta get a handle on this thing. So distance gauge. Meter. No, distance slider. That's what I want right there. Okay. So I need to get back to here. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, you know, a game like World of Warcraft also has a bigger team and more money. I'm sure people, if they were doing it in Unity, they could afford to pay for Unity Pro. What was WoW built in? Just completely homebrewed? Probably, right? Do I need to do anything else? WoW's a custom engine, yeah. I would imagine so for a game like that. I mean, like, wow, am I right? I think... Are we ready to try this? Are we ready to watch everything break? I am. Let's make it... Let's bork the crap out of this. Yeah, too much of a time sink indeed. Yeah. I get on little kicks every once in a while where I'll play a game, but I get kind of mini addicted to it, so then I stop. I can't do it prolonged, you know. 2013, yeah, that's 2006. 2013 was when my eldest was born. You want to feel old? Oh, I must have closed the wrong things. Well, okay, come on, you're all hooked. Get hooked. Why aren't they being hooked? Why are you not hooked? Where are you, fish? Is the fish hicked? Is the fish hicked? I don't know. Is the fish hicked? Where's the hook? Come on. I suppose there might be a problem. Do the fish still have colliders on them? They do. You know what? I don't think I ever... Well, no, there's a collider. Okay. So the problem is what? It never reaches... No, the interest level is 98. They theoretically are interested. They keep flying past the hook, but that's another problem I'll solve. So what is going on? Is hookable. You see that fish there? So hookable. I'd hook that fish. Sorry. So why would it not? How am I not myself? Hook fish. It could be like maybe it is hooking it and it's just not. if this dot hook controller dot hook fish does not equal null, that should. I never got into WoW. WoW was after my time. I did play a little bit of Lineage and a little bit of Trickster. And that was enough to tell me that WoW was not my thing. I'm guessing WoW was probably more involved than those other ones. But like some of these games, just like, why am I playing this game? All I'm doing is a bunch of quests that are dumb. WoW was so bad, I played 11.5 months in-game hours over the course of 6 years. That's a lot. I remember when on Just Your Main, oh my god, I had an ex-girlfriend who wanted me to get into Second Life. You ever play Second Life? And I just thought, as much as when I was younger, I would have thought that would be cool. I was like, but I already have a first life that I'm really busy with. How can I do a second? I just like, it didn't compute. I didn't understand how that could happen. You haven't heard of Second Life? Oh, didn't last very long, I don't think. Oh, maybe it's still around. I guess it's still around. It's basically just like, you know, what you would expect from what it says. It's like meta. It was meta before meta, right? It's just another life. Okay, so I was just gonna test to see what happens when the fish gets into the vicinity of the hook. I can't believe that it would, when it got hooked, it would not trigger. I don't do anything that removes the hook, do I? Kind of spooky. I mean, like, people do jobs in it and stuff. I mean, just like the movies, seriously. They would go in and like do jobs for people and crap. Crazy. Is hookable? Yes. Although, why is it still hookable? Oh, because the interest level, right? Okay. So then, did this end up with a hook? None. So is there maybe it's not picking up any trigger? Maybe it's never being triggered. Does it have to have a material to trigger? Yes, Cyber. Wait, I thought you said you had to go. I mean, I saw your message in the Drachi Discord. Yeah, I did, and I put on dinner. Oh yeah, because it's like Australia time. What's for dinner? Okay, so why are these colliders not overlapping? One is a Circle Collider 2D. So are they both? Let me see. Are they both on the same Z plane? They're both rect transforms. Position. Yes. I'm not sure if they're colliding. Maybe the collider on the fish is not actually not. No, the collider's around. They're all in the same location. The fish are certainly crossing it. Oh, I've never heard of being lazy pie. What's being lazy pie? Is that a thing? I'm kidding. I'm sure you're saying you're being lazy, pie, chips, and veggies. But I like the idea that there's something called being lazy pie. What you eating? Ah, just having some being lazy pie. Whoa. What are you up to? Does it have to have a material? Let's see. I could see if there is any collision happening. Let's go to hook controller. I want to be lazy pie. Don't we all? I think the collider is on the right object, right? No offset. It's got a radius. Does this tell me any other contact? No contact. So this is saying that it's not contacting anything. There's nothing that it's interacting with. Is it? I mean, do colliders even work in 2D space? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it probably doesn't. Right? I'm guessing it doesn't. That'll be my best guess here. So, this is me trying to find out, like, you know, if you can do the hookable thing. Okay. I can move on from this. I need help determining how to make 2D colliders collide. Well, does it have to be a trigger? Maybe it has to be. Maybe one of them has to be a trigger. I don't have them as triggers, so that could be part of the problem. Right? Do they both have to be triggers? I don't think they both have to be. One has to be a trigger, though, right? That's probably what's going on. Maybe we can just set all of them as triggers. Used by an effector. Does it have to have a material? No. You can't need a material, right? I don't have to make it physics-based, do I? Trigger. Radius. It's not making any contact with anything. I can do a trigger on this one too, see if that works. Nope. Oh, why does this? Oh, I was gonna use it directly to access it. Do I have an RB on the hook? Probably not. I don't know what RB is. A really brave, a rad bike, a wrong bobber. Do I have the right bait? I don't know. No. I don't have any bodies that are rigid. Do colliders require rigid bodies? Is that what it was? I don't want to... I guess it would still work, right? I forgot that they require rigid bodies. I don't know if adding it on here is going to make it work. Doesn't matter there, but... I guess it might have actually... Do they both have to have rigid bodies? Rigid. Oh, go back. I really love the fact that I created the fish. I like that. I don't want to turn off gravity. The fish just all fell. Auto mass. I kind of like how they're moving now that they've got mass. Oh man, let's do kinematic. Let's see what it does. Just kidding. It's a feature. I know. Turn on gravity. Hey, Alona Werf, by the way. Werf. I mean, they don't both need rigid bodies, right? It's just the one. Both. They don't both need it. But it's not triggering still. I don't know if adding the rigid body in real time maybe doesn't help either. Turn off simulated. I should make it kinematic, I think. Discrete should be fine. Well, I mean, you know, rigid body was obviously part of the problem, but why it's not... I think rigid body 2D is what I want to use. Yeah, it has a collider 2D, correct. So this has a collider. I don't think this is the trigger I want. The trigger is in the fish. Or does the trigger have to be on this one? Maybe this is one that has something trigger. We're not going to simulate anything. We just make it kinematic. Right? Because kinematic makes it not move. TwitchCon. How was TwitchCon for you, Sympathy? His trigger is not set. Are you saying it shouldn't be set, or it wasn't set and that was the problem? Let's find out. I'm tempted to go to one of the times. It's close. San Diego or LA. Okay. Yeah, sadly we're not going to PAX East this year. Although I'd say that PAX West has been more successful for us. The fish are going backwards. They're going backwards. Stop fishing, swimming backwards, fish. I mean, they're highly interested. PAX West is in Seattle. That is set now. I'm gonna try and have a booth at PAX West. You got time for PAX West? I mean, you could look now, but yeah, you got time. Okay, so wait, hold on. I was asking this. For the hook. Okay. Vision, I have a two. and on the fish. The hook has a rigid body and is set. And here the on. It's always in Seattle. PAX West is always in Seattle. They just got like a whole different convention center there too. We need to ensure a few things. Okay, we got okay. So they both have to have rigid bodies, right? Okay. I forgot about that. Circle collider on both, sure. On trigger enter 2D. Okay, that's the other problem. So I wonder if I can get away with. Is that what I gotta do? Wait, is it a big D or little d? Sometimes you gotta get your D's right. Okay, big D. Hey, look! 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 It wants to use an interface. Sympathy has to go now. She's won second prize in the game jam. Sympathy is pro. Second prize. The problem is I'm also not using insert. Go away. Slider to D. Okay. That's another part of the problem. So I might still have to add a rigid body to the fish. What was your game jam game? Grandma, don't click that full game is going to be on top. What? Grandma, don't click that full game? Grandma, don't click that. Was the game called Grandma, Don't Click That? Was that the name of your game jam game? What was... I hope you do well. You should get some excitement. Especially if you get an indie booth. The indie section's really, highly populated. In Thor's game jam, I don't know who Thor is. Like the god? The Greek god Thor? Grandma, don't click that. Okay. Oh snap. I don't know who Thor is. Thor is a good person? Oh, is that person cool? Okay. Pirate software. Is he an actual pirate? Does he pirate software? Does he go, arr? Is his first name Odin? I'm sure he's important or something, right? People like Thor. If he loses, is he a Thor loser? I'm hilarious. Okay, so I do probably have to give this. So if I give all these guys a rigid body 2D, maybe it'll start working. I want to see them all fall again. Oh, I shouldn't have given it to everything. Oh well. Don't need to simulate anything. Not that that seems to help. Okay. Sweet. Oh no, the puns. I have been watching Pirate Software since 2020. He's one of that petition to make software and game dev category. He might have when he worked at Blizzard. He's the dev that's been getting like 10K views. Is 10K a lot? Is that important? Also, I think he was third partnered Psy and tech streamer. Okay. So, he's cool. I don't know. People like him. He's no Wallaber is all I'm saying. Right? You can tell me all you want about Thor, but have you heard about Wallaber? Oof. Wallaber's pretty amazing. 10K views is okay, What, he must make like $1,000 every once in a while. I know who Pirate Software is. I didn't know his name was Thor. I've seen him around. In fact, I was just looking at a video clip. No, I was looking at him today on Twitch. Sometimes I genuinely don't know things, but I just happen to know because he pops up every once in a while, especially if I'm watching like Primogen. The winner is a draw. No, I think Wallaber slightly edges out Pirate Software. Just saying. Wallaber's pretty amazing. Have you seen him? Just saying. Man, that fish is so hookable. Does that work on... Oh, they are in the layers that set collide. So I don't know if the fish are in the same layer. The hook is in layer UI and the fish is in... Okay, so they're in the same layer. So they should... I feel like getting 10,000 viewers can be stressful. More and more shout out. I don't think anyone heard the other 30 or so. How did I lose the trigger? Wait, no, the hook has a trigger. Yeah. Okay, so what else am I missing here? What am I missing? Wouldn't it be great if I knew stuff? Knowing stuff would be cool. I could be like Wallaber and just solve problems. I'm excited about winning. It was a total surprise. 1,400 entries. Was there like a prize for it? Or just like street cred? It should be. They all come up with the right light. I don't care about iHookable. I am using on trigger enter 2D. That is a thing, right? Unity on trigger enter 2D. Yeah, that is a thing. I like how when they show you the code, they only give you one little slice of it and just a bunch of other crap. Why is it not triggering? If I was Wallaber, I'd know all the answers. Just like right away. I'd be a professional. But I'm not Wallaber. I can't be Wallaber. I tried once. Didn't work. We both have... The body has now been taken out of the simulation. Do I have to give it? Do I have to make it simulated? I don't know why I'd have to do that. I could check it. Okay, so I did need to have simulated check. Obviously, I broke something. But apparently, the simulated checkbox has to be checked. Woo. So many little knobs and buttons to press. Why? Why can't it just be easy? Why can't I just tell ChatGPT to generate everything for me? Come on, ChatGPT. When are you taking my job away? That's what I want. The saddest thing is my entire development career has been based on me wanting someone else to do development and realizing I couldn't. So I had to do it all myself. And I had to solve my problems myself. Just like forever in perpetuity. That has been my life and my career. Can't someone else do this for me? And then, oh, someone's not going to do it for me. Fine. I give up. I'll do it myself. And every time it has been hard fought and sucky. And I hated it. Anyway, so it worked. And the reeling is supposed to happen. but it didn't do what it was supposed to. So that's good. That's good. Hey, I call that, like we call in the biz, progress. I thought like, oh, I was about to give up before I started throwing all this stuff together. Of course, part of the problem is, okay, start reeling. This should be okay. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I need to do an unlock. Luring controller. Because this portion of the script has to unlock. This is the small game builder garbage. So then we say if wait, is it process complete? I do passing node. If process complete. Yeah. Okay, that's how I did it. Foreign version of one has an RB and both have colliders. Actually, apparently I need to have rigid bodies on both. It didn't work with just one. And I'll futz with it. Then I'll break it worse, as per my usual. So reeling, maybe. Let's find out. So if this works out of the gate, RB only done one. Okay, I'll futz with that part later. My experience is one of the two colliders needs one. Yeah. What's interesting is that I spent time simulating the fishing line for the hook, and since I have to use a rigid body, I should have just used gravity and then figured out how that worked with simulated lines. I don't know. Not my strong suit, this area of development. When it comes to physics, I'm not your man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. I do feel like I'm getting a little bit more loopy. I don't normally work for this long. All right. So, theoretically it should work, except there is apparently some problem. Fish handle controller, make active handle. So what did it say was wrong? Oh, did I not give it a handle? Reeling phase. I did give it the fish handle. I don't get it. Make active handle. I swear I said it. Is that right there? I love these kind of errors because they're completely unhelpful. Null reference exception. So what possibly is happening is because it's not enabled, I guess. Would that do that? Can you call a method on a component that's disabled? I feel like you can call methods on components that are disabled, right? Like, no, I already have the component. Well, so it's the component that's disabled. I thought I could. My intention is, so this fish handle controller right here, this is that object. I call make active here. There could be something in here that's not working. So let me see here. For handles in for each. This should be okay. Get component image. Right? Right, that's what I assumed. That's how I've set this up. Maybe I'm missing. No, I have the sprite there too. I mean, like, okay, so go to here. Start phase. Let's just do. Right, because it's saying that this is, I mean, I got the tension overlay, I got all those objects. So the other option is something in here is wrong. And this should be okay too. But if the object's disabled when you try to get it, the object is enabled though. I don't think I even closed the object because it's still showing here, right? The object is Walliver's face. Object of my affection is Walliver's face. And this is set. I'll double check that it's set. The component, but the object is enabled. So the handle object is enabled. The component is disabled. But the component, so here's the reeling phase. Oh, maybe I didn't put the right. You know what I bet? I'll bet I know what the problem is. Hold on a second. Yeah, I had the wrong controller. Okay, hold on. That was the real problem. It helps if I give it the right controller. That's the real problem. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodle. My bad. This is where the configuration approach with Unity kind of drives me nuts. No, the problem is I had the wrong base controller associated with it. Let's catch some fish, baby. Come on. Okay. It shows. It's not working, but it shows. So that's called progress. It's a little thing I like to call progress. Oh god. Okay, so what's that? Progress? Oh yeah. Progress City. Like what's his name? DGR. I don't know why I watched DGR, but he was funny. Don't watch him anymore. I used to. Where did my debug thing? Okay, so is running does I not do I not make it run? Is running equals true? Okay. DGR. DGR is just a streamer who plays mostly Mario Maker World. And he randomly popped up on my YouTube once. Because he plays like just off the wall levels. And he'll play like super hard levels that he has to try and get through. And he's just a funny dude. And I was like, this is dumb. And I just kept watching it. And it's one of those times where you're like, I don't even know who this person is. And you're, oh, I keep watching him. I don't know. He got me for a bit. Then I got over him. Okay, so if the phase is working, update. So is running. I don't think I set a last update time. I think I need to set that. No, I do. Okay, in start phase, I set that. There might be a problem where the current distance isn't set, but I think I set that as well. Current tension doesn't really matter. I mean, it could be the distance. Did I stop it? Okay, let's see. Let's go find out what's going on here. So here's the fishing game window. Wait, here it is. Here's the fishing game controller. Current distance is the right distance. Target tension. So this is actually interesting. So it's doing stuff, but it's not doing stuff. What is it? Why is it not working here? So I have the slider, don't I? So here's the two updates. Context can reel, which is fine. Do I actually set? I must set context. I'm not seeing any error messages, am I? No. There's a lot of stuff going on here. The fish is weak. The fish is weak. Okay, so it's it's quote unquote working. It's just not showing it because the fish is weak. So something is happening, but nothing is happening. The fish escaped. The fish is weak. The fish is weak. The fish escaped. So it's doing the math, but it's not displaying it. Why is it not displaying it? How am I not myself? Which part of the UI is not being updated? All of it. Okay. So then the piece that's not happening. Update gauge. Nothing is calling update gauge, I don't think. Because I copied it over. So then I need to do update gauge here, I guess. Will that work? I know that at least needs to happen. That might actually do everything we need to. Update slider color. Yeah, so I think it was just that this update method was missing. I think I've been streaming for so long, my music has looped back around. Here, while we wait, because we need rebuilding. My wife dated a clown before she started going out with me. Needless to say, I had some pretty big shoes to fill. Because of clown shoes. Oh, look at that.
What is this? Is this an error from the compilation? Or just because I was messing with things? We'll find out. Probably the most I've gotten done in a single stream. It also helps that I streamed for longer than I normally do. I broke on through to the other side. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's catch a fish. Okay. Still not updating. Is it not? Update gauge, target distance. Must be another update. Rotate handle. What's not being used? Start phase. Take tension. Just looking on physics fun, but I should go to bed soon. Yeah. I probably should get done soon too. I think what I'll do is, give up like I normally do and then work on it later. I think I'm close. I mean, getting that view to work was pretty critical. I don't know what else is going on here, so I'll figure it out. Never give up, never surrender. I don't think you understand me very well. Always give up, always surrender, and then come back to it later. It's fine. You can figure it out. Oh, you know what? I don't think I set can reel. I think that's the other problem. I never set can reel. Can reel. Oh, I did so. Okay, never mind. I didn't do that. Fish equals. I don't want that either. Oh, look at that. Here's the other problem. We don't want. Don't want that. Don't want that. Last update time. Fishing game controller. What? Oh, because it's extended. I'll try one more time. Oh, yes. Course Galaxy Quest. I have to show you my game sometime. I'm actually going to try and take it to PAX. Well, I want to try to beat the PAX again this year, so Jacob and I want to. Actually, Grandma, don't click that game. I'm committing the game dev sin by working on my newer, shinier idea. That is a sin. I've been consistent on this game for 3 years. I don't have the energy for any more ideas. So. I have lots of ideas. I keep trying, and like one of the things about ChatGPT is like, oh, I could just throw an idea on there, and then I start like getting really interested, but I don't have time, so I just have all these chat threads about ideas. It's a really good way to get the idea thread out and feel like you're making progress, but not actually do anything. Just throw out some ideas and see what happens. Where are we with our ads? Well, I think I'm going to wrap up before the ads start, so we can be done with that. I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to assume it's not going to work, and that'll be okay. Fun fact, I only ever worked on Die Hard on stream, really, and only when I had a full-time job. After I quit, I have not touched it. Oh, well. Not going to get it done that way. Oh. Okay. One problem is it's reeling in reverse. But, plus side, there is a fish moving the wrong way. It's because of the way that my math works. But that's okay. That's fixable. Okay, I call that enough progress. It's because originally the
the distance gauge was reversed, and now it's all going the opposite way. So I have to do it over again. Oh, Joe, so glad you showed up so I can leave. No offense against you. You can finish the game if you don't work on it. No, you can't finish the game if you don't work on it. The project died hard. I'm quitting. All right. That's what I wanted. The fishes are hooked. The behaviors still need some work, but that's okay. This gauge doesn't work, but I can fix that pretty easily. It goes well. I mean, Joe, hold on, I'll show you real quick. Actually, I could even fix the distance gauge thing right now. Dang it. I was like, I'm going to wrap up. And then Joe came in and asked me questions. I'm like, well, I can answer questions, right? So we reversed the distance. How do we set target distance value? We have to do minus velocity, I think. Okay. Joe showed up and was like, stay up late. Don't go to sleep. I guess it died. Oh my gosh. You ink? You ink? It died? Yeah. Well, that's a dye of a whole different color. Little Wizard of Oz reference. I mean, I telepathically implied that, but I am pretty. You are pretty, Joe. Sure, that I didn't explicitly tell you had to. Kappa, your face. Get it? Because I saw I am pretty, and then I had to go down. My daughter does this. My almost 4-year-old, when she was 3, she learned how to do the little heart thing. She was really big on that. She loves doing the little heart thing. I'm so pretty. Oh. Okay, so now it's going in the right direction, and see that it's wiggling because it's trying to fight against the line. Which, there you go. So now it's not fighting anymore because it's become weak. It also apparently has escaped. But let's not go there. The gauges aren't working properly, but I think that's because they're not showing. Right? Nope, that's not right. Why is it not? There's no. Oh, whatever. That doesn't matter. We'll figure that one out. I have the index finger and thumb heart that Gen Z does. Index finger and thumb like this. Is that how it goes? Gen Z's weird. All right. Okay. I'm good. This is the most progress on stream I have made in a long time. I think I understand now the reason I have not been successful at that in the past. Future. It's because I didn't stream long enough. Don't get used to this because, oh my god, it's 1 o'clock. Probably not going to bed until after 2. So I think it is time for me to wrap up. Thanks all for hanging out tonight. And got some proggers done. Should go raid somebody, I guess. Should we raid? Anybody cool streaming right now? Aaron is streaming. He's cool. Tom Sutton is playing Final Fantasy. Aaron is playing. Oh, he's playing Practical NPCs game. Let's go see Aaron. Thanks for stopping in, Joe, and making me finish the stupid fish thing. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out tonight. We're going to go raid Aaron. Mature audiences. So sorry, because I'm fairly immature. I'm going to hang in there as long as I can. I will be back on Tuesday. Maybe my fishing will work mostly, and I can just work on the UI. Won't that be great? We'll find out. Anyway, y'all, have a great night. I'm going to go try to get some sleep or something. Or maybe stay up for another hour and a half. Who knows?